Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for being here. We actually have a 6:45 p.m. meeting, which we're going to start right now. I know you're probably here for our 7 o'clock, so if you can just bear with us for a few minutes, you're welcome to stay. If our popcorn machine is not heated up yet, we'll get it going here very shortly, but welcome. We're going to call our special council meeting to order at 6:54 p.m. for Wednesday, June the 11th, 2025. Council, moving on, number 2 is our declaration of pecuniary interest. Does anybody have a declaration of pecuniary interest tonight? Seeing none, we'll move on to number 3 is our approval of the agenda. We have a motion that reads that the special council agenda for June the 11th, 2025 be approved as presented. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Mershaw. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Council, we have 2 items on our agenda tonight. One is regarding transportation services update, and the second one's regarding automated speed enforcement cameras. Just for clarity, we will be talking about automated speed enforcement later in the on the regular council. This is regarding the intellectual property, the contract, and the pricing. Council, does anybody need to go into a closed session to discuss these matters in further detail? Okay, seeing none, we won't be moving into close then. We have a motion that the town of Madam Clerk, there's received for information, so there's no motion on that, right?
Thank you, Your Worship. There is one motion related to the automated speed enforcement cameras, that staff be directed to enter into agreements with the town of Newmarket and the automated speed enforcement camera vendor for the supply and installations speed enforcement cameras throughout the town of Penetanguishene.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And it's moved by Councillor LaRue, second by Councillor Waters. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. And we're going to look for a motion to adjourn at 6:55, moved by Councillor Vadabonker, seconded by Councillor Marchand. All in favor? Thank you. That's adjourned. We'll be back in 4 minutes with the regular council. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our Town of Penetanguishene Council meeting. Thank you for your attendance participation tonight. Council, we're going to call our meeting to order at 7 p.m. for Wednesday, June the 11th, 2025. We're going to start with our land acknowledgement. Penetanguishene respectfully acknowledges that we are on the traditional and treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people and their ancestors, now known as the Williams Treaties First Nations territory. This includes the Chippewa Tri-Council, comprised of Bosley First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nation, Alderville, Curve Lake, Hiawatha, and the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nations. Also once home of the Huron-Wendat, and more recently the historic settlement of the Métis, Penetanguishene is now home to many Indigenous peoples. Penetanguishene is proud of its Indigenous name, and more importantly, that for thousands of years it has been and will continue to be an important homeland and gathering place for Indigenous people. We recognize that we are the stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters, and are responsible to ensure that our Mother the Earth is here for future generations. Again, welcome everyone. We appreciate your participation and attendance here with us tonight. Council, I'm going to ask if you can rise, and Councillor Vadabankar, could you please guide us in the council commitment, please?
Thank you, Worship. Council commitment for the town of Penetanguishene. We are grateful for the many gifts which have been bestowed on Penetanguishene and its citizens, including the gifts of freedom, opportunity, and peace that we enjoy. May we be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. We ask that all in attendance and those that could not be here assist us in promoting good government. May our decisions as members of council be enlightened, and may we all be strengthened in our awareness of our duties and responsibilities. May we be granted the wisdom, knowledge, will, and understanding to preserve the good fortune of the town for the benefit of all, and to make good laws and wise decisions. Thank you all for attending.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabankar, and Councillor Marchand, please.
Engagement du Conseil pour la ville de Penetanguishene. Nous sommes reconnaissants des nombreuses grâces accordées à Penetanguishene et à ses citoyens, dont la liberté, les possibilités et de la paix dont nous jouissons. Que nous soyons des intendants dignes de tout ce que nous ont été confiés. Nous demandons que toutes les personnes présentes et celles qui n'ont pas pu se présenter nous aident à promouvoir une bonne gouvernance. Que nos décisions à titre du membre du Conseil soient éclairées et que nous soyons toutes renforcées à prendre conscience de nos devoirs et responsabilités. Que l'on nous accorde la sagesse, les connaissances, la volonté et la compréhension qui nous permettront de préserver la bonne fortune de la ville au bénéfice de tous, ainsi que de faire de bonnes lois et de prendre de sages décisions. Merci pour votre présence ce soir.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marchand. And Brittany, if you could help us with the public service announcement, please.
And welcome to this evening's council meeting. Before we start, just a few messages. For those that require the washrooms are located just outside of council chambers, to the right, down the hall. Town Hall is protected by a single source fire alarm system. Should the fire alarm activate, please exit the building through the rear doors or the side doors. Make your way down to the parking lot closest to the church. In the event of a medical emergency, please dial 911. The address for Town Hall is number 10 Robert Street West in Penetanguishene. And I'd like to remind everyone that we have a public access defibrillator just outside of council chambers. I wish you a safe and good council meeting. Bonsoir et bienvenue à la ville de Penetanguishene et à la salle de conseil. Avant que nous commençons ce soir, une couple de messages. Si vous avez besoin les chambres de bain sont situées juste à l'extérieur de la salle de conseil, au bout du corridor à votre droite. La salle de conseil est protégée d'un système alarme à feu de 1 stage. Si l'alarme à feu sonne, veuillez quitter la salle de conseil par les portes à l'arrière ou de côté et on se rejoint dans le stationnement près de l'église. En cas de problèmes médicaux, veuillez signaler le 911. L'adresse ici est le numéro 10 rue Robert-Ouest à Penetanguishene. Et je veux vous rappeler qu'il y a un défibrillateur public juste à l'extérieur de la caserne. Je vous souhaite une bonne soirée. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you. Thank you very much. Council, move on. Our next item is the approval of the agenda. We have a motion reads that the agenda of the regular council meeting for June the 11th, 2025 be approved as presented. Moved by Councillor Marchand, second by Councillor Waters. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Council, our next item is declaration of pecuniary interest. Any members have a declaration this evening? Seeing none, we'll move on. Number 7 is our open forum. Open forum is an opportunity for members of the community to address council on anything that's important to you. We limit that to 2 minutes per member. We ask that you register with Madam Clerk before the time. If you didn't have an opportunity to register, you can still do that. Madam Clerk, did anyone register for open forum this evening?
Thank you, Your Worship. There's no one currently registered for open forum this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anybody want to address council? Sure, I'll have you go to the podium. And again, if you can keep your comments and questions to council, and it's 2 minutes, please.
This is on already? Okay, the people from Penetang like to know what's going on with the transit system. Like it's always down all the time. You got 2 buses. Why would 2 buses be down in the same time? People go to Midland, you gotta pay $15 to come back here to town. It's not right. And today I phoned the town 4 times. Nobody answered the phone. That's what I gotta say. It's not fair. A lot of seniors take that bus. They're stranded over in Midland. People can't afford $15 taxis all the time. Okay?
Thank you for your question. We did have this question come up last month, and we did ask our director, who gave an update last month as well. We have had some mechanical issues. We do have a transit bus, our spare bus and Midland spare bus also have mechanical issues at the same time. I'm going to ask if our director, Mr. Murray, if you can address the concern raised from our member of the public, if you can, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I can confirm that actually 4 of the 5 buses were down due to mechanical issues between the 2 transit operators. So there was only 1 bus, which was the Midland bus that was operating today. Again, we're dealing with issues in securing parts. But I am under the understanding that the transit service is operational again tomorrow for both Midland and Penetanguishene.
Thanks, Mr. Murray. We hear the concern. We're not acknowledging. We do know that it is a concern. The concern is really about service level. I can't tell you, if you were here at 6:45, there was an item on our earlier agenda item, and the title was Transportation Service Update. We are looking at all options on how we always can up-level service levels to our community. Just know that we hear the concern. Mr. Murray's identified that, and I think our staff is doing the best they can with the limitations of the resource. And we're going to see how we can improve our service levels as time goes on. Okay? We appreciate it. And I think our takeaway for our staff is we'll continue as always is how we can best communicate to the community. Okay. Does anyone else have anything want to address council? What I'll have you do, if you do want to, I'll just have you make your way to Madam Clerk so then it's on the record. Madam Clerk, do you have someone else?
Yes, thank you. Mike McRae from 250 Champlain Road did register throughout the first open forum. So he's going to speak in regards to the community safety zones.
Thank you. Mr. McRae, I'll have you make your way to the podium. Again, 2 minutes if you can address it to council, please. Everyone's welcome to have an opportunity. I just ask if you can register with Madam Clerk. Mr. McRae, welcome.
Thank you. Don't want to lose those. I live on Champlain Road, and we have a terrible problem with speeding, noise, you name it, we've got it. It has been suggested in the past by the roads department that Champlain Road, which originally stopped at Rob's Road, Penetang, now extends out to almost the 16th, should be 50 kilometers an hour. It has never been dropped from 60 to 50. And now that we have, or are going to have, I presume, community safety zones, I suggest they get dropped to 40 between LePage and Military Trail. Plus, the corner where people always smash into the guardrail on Champlain Road. I don't know how much that costs the town a year to replace those guardrail panels. Should be probably somewhere around 15, maybe even 10 kilometers an hour. Because 30 in the winter, you're into the guardrail. You haven't got a chance. Even in the summer, it's dangerous. So I just like to make those suggestions, and I'll leave them with you.
Thank you for your feedback. Tonight, there will be a bylaw before council that we've heard up until now about our roads and highways bylaw. That feedback is important, which guides that. That won't affect change tonight, but I'm going to ask Mr. Murray, from the public's perspective, if in the future we want to look at speed changes, road classifications, community safety zones, what's that process that the public has an opportunity to be part of that? And how would you bring that forward at a future opportunity?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Typically, changes to the traffic bylaw are done on an annual basis. We gather comments received from the public, whether it be through formal complaints or feedback from staff. We gather those and do a consolidated amendment to the traffic and parking bylaw, depending upon the results of review and analysis, whether that be speed monitoring or traffic volume calculations. So that would be the method in which we kind of review changes to the bylaw going forward. As part of our changes to the traffic bylaw policy, changes to the traffic bylaw that impact specific areas in town are given notice of these changes through a mail notice. And it allows the residents in these areas to provide their comments on the proposed change that we're thinking of adding to the bylaw. And those comments that we receive through that consultation process are consolidated and submitted as part of the staff report for council consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. So, Ms. McCray, your feedback's brought forward. Mr. Murray identified that process, so keep bringing the information forward. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have 2 more registered. Next is Colin Marshaw, who would like to speak about the sewage treatment plant.
Thank you, Mr. Marshaw. The podium is yours.
Of Penetanguishene. I live on Wolf Street, and predominantly the winds blow from the north and the west. And for the past 3 years, it's been really terrible. The smell of feces is pretty much constant all the time. And I do know that the sewage disposal plant is having operation difficulties. And I also know that some of them can be resolved by putting money into upgrades and stuff to the plant. What I'm really concerned about is the disease that can come with the wind and stuff. You can catch disease as bad as Legionnaires from it. You can catch COVIDs, flus. When you smell hydrogen sulfides and methanes for a long period of time, they take a toll on your health, and it's a serious issue. And it's been going on for a long time, but this last year has been just horrendous, especially if you live where the winds are blowing from the north to the west. It's terrible. My concern is we have so many old age residents there, schoolyards, businesses, apartment buildings, and it seems like you're taking your chances on not having a disease blow through the community. I know that the issues with the sewage disposal plant have been predominantly ongoing for a lot of years, but it's about time that we have to maybe think about throwing some money into getting it repaired correctly, and maybe having some consultations from Ontario wastewater people who work with this type of, as I was told, a unicorn plant. But we do have other plants like this system in Ontario, so that we don't really need to import United States technicians in to look after it.
Mr. Marshall, we're at our time, so I'll have you wrap that up, please.
So I'm just hoping that maybe council takes a new approach and has a really hard look at it, so that the safety of our community is first and foremost. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the question. I get this, and I'm sure my council colleagues are getting a lot of inquiries on a regular basis. We did have a recent presentation from our wastewater operator last month or the month before about our sewage treatment plant. I did ask if Mr. Murray can address this tonight, and I think we'll move it here if we can, Mr. Murray. I just want to make some factual statements and just update about where we are. I would say our infrastructure, our staff do a tremendous job, and I would say it's not broken or problems. But I'm going to ask Mr. Murray if you can let everyone know, Mr. Murray, like what is going on? What do we need to do? Do we need to put in a lot of money, as we heard? Just can you inform everyone what is the current status and what's our current path forward?
Thank you, Your Worship. We are aware of the issues at the plant and the complaints that we're receiving from the public. Our wastewater operations staff have made this a priority to resolve as quickly as possible. Right now, we've identified some issues with the biosolids treatment process that we identified earlier this year. We have since isolated that system from the sewage treatment plant. We've shut it down. Cleaned out the system in preparation for some repairs that we're going to be doing at the plant. There has been delays because our vendor is US based, and there's been complications about getting across the border in terms of getting them up here to supervise that installation. Regardless, we have a path forward to repair the system, which we believe will improve the performance and bring it back to where it should be. So in the meantime, we've reverted back to our pre-existing wastewater treatment process, which should have no impact on our effluent quality going into the bay. It'll allow us to shut down and clean the system in preparation for the repairs that are needed. In the meantime, the odor-causing material has been traced to the storage tank where we keep our biosolids. Over the last couple of days and into tomorrow, we'll be removing that odorous material, all of it, and removing it off-site to storage. And moving forward, to avoid any future complaints, we're also consulting with a vendor that provides additives to storage tanks to reduce odors, which we're also going to be trialing going forward. But we believe this path going forward is the best process to get us back up and running to where we were before these issues happened.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Mr. Murray, could you also address, if you can, there was comments made by our delegation regarding public health. Could you address that for us? Is there risk? Is there potential risk? What does that look like? Do we involve the health unit or any of the authorities, Ministry of the Environment? And my second piece would be, it's important that we hear feedback. So how would members of the public provide that feedback so then your team can respond appropriately?
Thank you, Your Worship. As a supplemental to that, we have been in consultation ministry representatives from Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, made them aware of this situation. And we're keeping those lines of communication open. We are still staffing the plant as is, so we haven't come across any health and safety issues with the plant operators going forward. But again, in terms of consulting with the health unit, we're also consulting with a testing company that has tested our odor control units. I've asked them about these concerns regarding health and safety related concerns. At this point, we don't have any concerns related to those impacts. But as I indicated, we're still consulting with the MECP, and if any concerns are raised, we'll obviously let people know about that. But we are continuing to consult with the MECP going forward.
And sorry, Mr. Murray, how would members of the public bring forward a concern? If there's any member of the public that has any odor-related complaints or concerns, feel free to contact our Public Works office or through our wastewater treatment plant. There's a direct line to our wastewater treatment plant that a member of the public could speak to the plant operators down there directly. And or through our various social media platforms. Thank you, Mr. Murray. Mr. Lees, do you have anything you'd like to add to this topic for the public's consumption?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple quick things if I can, and I appreciate Director Murray providing some perspective there. And I also appreciate the concerns that have been brought forward by the member of the public, certainly in this instance, but also we have received feedback in the past and in the more recent past on this very topic. What I would say is we are very empathetic to the concerns that we've received from the public. From a staff perspective, the staff take great pride in the work that they do, not only at the sewage treatment plant, but also throughout the organization. So we are empathetic. We are putting as many resources, physical and financial, into this to find a permanent solution. And it unfortunately is not an overnight solve. It does take some time, but we are working around the clock, maybe not really around the clock, but we're putting as much time and energy into this as we can because we understand it's a concern. We're empathetic to the concerns that have been brought forward. And we are limited, just to touch on one of the comments that was made, we are limited in terms of the expertise and knowledge on this exact system as it relates to a US based company, but we do have solutions and workarounds that are being implemented and being put in place so that we can perform maintenance and the appropriate work on the said system. So I appreciate the concerns that are brought forward, and as Director Murray mentioned, we welcome additional comments or concerns or feedback from the public and appreciate the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lees. Thank you again, Mr. Murray. I'll bring that forward. And again, please let our team know. We here and we're working on your behalf to do the right thing, and I have utmost confidence in Mr. Murray and team, and I know everyone's on top of it. Madam Clerk, I believe you said we had another member for open forum.
That's right, Your Worship. Rick Verberg is next, and he's going to speak in regards to advanced green lights throughout the municipality.
Welcome. Thank you for being with us. Again, if we can limit to 2 minutes and if you address it to council, please.
I'll make it short and sweet. The one thing I don't understand is with the traffic lights here in Penetang, there's only 3 major ones. The one at Robert Street, I understand, it's on the hill, it's got a winter issue. The other one, Thompson Road and Edward Street. The advanced green on Edward goes not into the mall where there's always a backup of traffic, lots of traffic going into the mall there. Liquor store, Dollarama, Foodland. The other one, Thompson Road, now that the new Thompson Road is open into the subdivision, I just don't understand why there's not an advanced screen going both ways. Because there's always traffic backed up at Thompson Road, backed up at Edward Street, trying to get into the mall and into the new subdivision. That's it.
Thank you. Like the earlier comment regarding Champlain Road, Mr. Murray takes this feedback and use it with future programming and planning. So I appreciate that. I know Mr. Murray has that and we'll use it for future consideration. Madam Clerk, any other members?
That's everyone. Thank you.
Brittany, anyone online that wishes to address council? No? All right, council, we're moving on. The next item, council, is statement from members. This is an opportunity. I'll make your way to the podium, please. 2 minutes.
First thing I want to know is there are cameras at traffic lights.
Is the question, is there cameras at the traffic lights? There are none.
There are none?
None.
Because May 8th, I was hit by a car at Robert Street. I was right, I had the right of way with the lights, and the car just came close to me and got me on the leg. I stumbled and I hit the steel post that's there. Then the guy took off. I know what it looks like. I went to the hospital. She said I might have a minor concussion. So just wanted to know if there's any she's going to put cameras in.
So there are none now. Staff will take that feedback, and if there's any specific concerns with that, I'll have you, Mr. Lees, put up your hand, and Mr. Lees would be more than happy to help you with the inquiry. Okay, thank you. Council, we're going to move on. Next item is statement from members. An opportunity for members of council to identify to the community the work that they're doing on your behalf. We're going to start with Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. We had a number of regular section meetings and stuff and such goes on through the month, but one I'd like to talk about a little bit was our Simcoe County Conference. We had a very big delegation from town. Most of the councillors were there. We had people presenting. Andrea and Jeff were presenting, and it was a very good day with very much to learn. It was a great day. The other thing I wanted to mention, just quick, fast and easy, was our Seniors Information Day up at the arena last Thursday. Very well attended. Thank you very much to our volunteers, some of them of which are here tonight. They made the event very special. There was lots of information, and everybody had a good time. So, yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor DeRush.
Thank you very much. And on the coattails of Deputy Mayor Rose, I will mention the Seniors Information Day. It was indeed a great day. We had a lot of fun. We had great attendance, and I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the event sponsors. We had Jarlette Health Services. We also had La Clé de la Baie, we had Dentures by Dentures and HGR Graham partners who, thanks to their funding, we were able to put it on. And again, thank you for mentioning the volunteers. We couldn't do it without them, and we certainly couldn't do it without the staff who put in a lot of time and effort in coordinating and taking the lead on the delivery. So thank you. And I also attended the Summer Cultural Festival Ad Hoc Committee meeting yesterday. You may recall that council did put in place the Ad Hoc Committee to talk about possibility of a summer event in the future. I will speak a little more about it in an announcement later, but I did enjoy the meeting yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor DeRush. Councillor Waters.
It's pretty sort of regular kind of month. Had our usual meetings. It's kind of nice because our finance and community services and our planning and development, I'm lucky enough that I have Anita and Suzanne to chair those, and they take the workload off and they do an excellent job, and just makes it really easy for me. Other than that, we've had, library's been moving ahead. We had 3 different meetings on the library. They're looking at finishing off their basement and improving things, and everything's going to be bigger and better. And let's hope everything goes along smooth for them. The other thing that I did is I went to the Huronia Museum in Midland. The grade 7s had a art show where they did artwork from in the style of the group of 7. And we had 3 schools from town here. There was over 300 entries, 200 of them were up on display. A lot of people there. We had we even had our museum director was there as well, and we had a member from our local library that was there as well. And I just want to say that it was really nice to see young people doing something and having a place where they can show their work. There's not many places where they can get the recognition outside of the classroom of what they're doing, and it was really amazing. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Waters, and thank you for attending that on my behalf. I was conflicted, so I appreciate you attending that. Councillor Vadabunker.
Thank you, Worship. I want to begin by thanking Deputy Mayor Rose for chairing the Transportation Environment Section meeting at the May 14th Committee of the Whole meeting. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend. I had every intention to attend remotely. I was on vacation from May 9th to May 19th, and I had made every effort to try to connect remotely, but due to technical difficulties and despite the best efforts of the clerk and our IT department, I wasn't able to connect, and so I wasn't able to attend the meeting. So I view attendance at council meetings being very important, and as an elected representative, the way I can one of the ways I can represent people is by attending council meetings, and I wasn't able to attend on the 14th, so I apologize for that. When I did get back, Your Worship, I had the opportunity to attend the South Georgian Bay Chamber of Commerce Business Awards on May 22nd on behalf of yourself, and represented the town, and there were a number of merchants there that received awards, and it was nice to see, and all the small businesses in our community celebrated for their efforts during Small Business Week. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vedabunker, and thank you again for attending and representing us at the chamber. I appreciate that. Councillor Mershaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just highlight, I had the opportunity to participate at James Keating along with our local health unit on a traffic study, so that we all had clipboards and counted cars and looked at ways that we could reduce barriers for students at James Keating to wheel and walk to school safely and come up with recommendations. So as part of the chair for the Trails Committee, the health unit sits as a participant, and so we've worked on that initiative collectively, and it was a lot of fun to be out there and be involved and be out in community. So more to come on that, but that was a great initiative. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Mershaw. Councillor Leroux.
Thank you, Your Worship. Last evening, I attended the Curling Club Board meeting, and last Friday, I attended the first Friday night soiree kickoff, and I have to say that it started with a bang. A large crowd of 400 or more, and kudos to the Lions Club for their barbecue, and I understand that they're going to continue doing it all through the soirees, so it was very pleasant, a great band.
Thank you, Councillor Leroux. C.O. Lees.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple things. First thing, middle of May, I attended along with a couple members of council that sit on the executive steering committee for the fire services review. So proud to say that that project is moving along and advancing through the various phases of that. Second thing, 2 weeks ago, we held an all-staff meeting, which we did close to the public, and it was just a phenomenal opportunity to bring staff together from throughout the entire organization. I think we had about 70 members of staff attend, and we gathered and really had an opportunity to create two-way dialogue, and really with one of the primary goals being setting our staff up for success in terms of delivering the best level of service we can to the community. So a really good opportunity, and proud of everyone on the team that participated, asked questions, and played a part in that opportunity. Also at the end of May, our Joint Health and Safety Committee do an annual inspection tour. They divide themselves into two groups and get around all the facilities. So I did participate with a little of that, and then we did a debrief, and a really good opportunity, and for me personally, a real eye-opener in terms of the various facilities and services and some of the challenges that we experienced, not only from a health and safety perspective, but also operationally, which was tremendous. And I commend our HR team and the entire committee for embarking on that. And then last, I didn't have a chance to attend, but last week we held a staff internal visioning strategy session with respect to our rec, parks, and trails strategy that is underway. So it's kind of a kickoff to that. There'll be lots of opportunity for public input and certainly council engagement down the road. I did not attend, but I understand it went extremely well with our third party. And we had members of the leadership team as well as members outside the leadership team here at the organization that participated, gave input, and a ton of expertise around that table. So maybe a couple more than a couple things, Your Worship, but that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, C.O. Lees. I won't repeat everything that my council colleagues mentioned, but I'm going to highlight a couple. So first, the all-staff town meeting. Thanks, C.O. Lees, to you and the team. I was honored to be able to represent council there and pass some greetings on behalf of council to staff, so thank you for that. I also want to highlight the Simcoe County Conference that the Deputy Mayor brought up. This is a great opportunity for us to collaborate with our peers. I've had nothing but raving reviews from our colleagues about the work that the team did specifically in our presentation. So thank you to you and to Andrea and everyone that supported that presentation. So well done. I wouldn't doubt if some of them trying to poach you right now, but we love you here. But great job done at that. I also participated in the Waypoint Community Leaders Forum on behalf of the community. I think that was well done. Councillor Marchand, you were there, and I think it was a great opportunity to work with our partners. Participated in a couple flag raisings, the VON and the community living. We also had our South Georgian Bay OPP Detachment Board meeting. I also participated in the Waypoints Mental Health and Motion Dunk Tank. It was a cold day. I'm glad there's only about 4 people that was there that wanted to dunk us, but it was cold. I recently had a meeting with Minister Dunlop to talk about some town priorities, and I think we'll hear more about that in the near future. Participated in the local Sea Cadets annual ceremonial review, the local Air Cadets ceremonial review. Last week I was at the Ontario Association Police Service Board's annual conference. And today, myself and our CEO and many other mayors and CEOs and ECDEV staff across the county participated in an auto mayors conference within Simcoe County and supporting specifically Honda and all of the suppliers that support Honda. And we know we have Magna in town, a lot of other spin-off opportunities within the region. So that's a little bit that's occurred over us a while. All right, Council, let's move on. Number 9 is our proclamations. We have one this evening. It's regarding the Elder Abuse Awareness Day. Does anybody wish to make any comments or statements? Okay, seeing none, the motion reads that the following proclamations have been given due consideration be approved. And regarding the Elder Abuse Awareness Day, it's moved by Councillor Drush, second by Councillor Marchand. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Moving on, number 10 is a public meeting. So our public meeting tonight is regarding the County of Simcoe composition, which we brought forward last month through the Committee of the Whole. And we asked our staff if we could bring it forward tonight because we want to hear from members of the public about your view about this. So I'll give a little background. Simcoe County is comprised of 16 municipalities, of which the town of Penetanguishene is one of the 16. The mayor and the deputy mayor represent you at county council. The county provides a lot of services that you rely on. Land ambulance services, long-term care, waste management, as a few as the example. So myself and the deputy mayor represent you at county council. This term is not unlike any other term, where a term of council always evaluates, should we reassess how governance is done at the county of Simcoe? So right now there's 32 council members at the county of Simcoe, and we're saying, should there be 32 or should there be a different variation of? At county, we've worked our way through that, and county made a recommendation that we should shrink county council from 32 to 16. In essence, one member from each municipality would go to county council to represent your municipality next term of council. Part of the approval process called the triple majority. So that means step 1, county council makes a recommendation. If they approve it, it goes forward to the next step of the process. Next step of the process is it goes to the lower tier municipalities, the 16. We need to get a majority, 9 of the lower tier municipalities, to either agree or disagree if this is a good idea. If it passes that, the next step is it goes by the number of electors in that area. We need a majority based on the number of those 9 municipalities. So we're now at that next stage of the formula where the lower tiers need to vote in favor or in opposition of reducing the size of county council. I have my opinion, the deputy mayor has his opinion, I'm sure council has their opinion, but we felt that we wanted to hear from you about what's your view on county council being reduced. And in essence, you would have 1 member going to county instead of 2 members. Council, later on in our agenda, we will be debating this, but this tonight was the opportunity for us to hear from you. Deputy Mayor, before I move it to the public, is there anything that you want to add about the council composition I didn't highlight?
No, Your Worship, I think you covered everything that we discussed at county and at our last Committee of the Whole meeting here.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, so you have the bylaw from County Council. They've given it to you for us. We need to make a decision at this council, and county's asked it back by June 30th, because this is going to be in place next election term. In order to meet that timeline, we need to respond by June 30th. The bylaw is on the agenda tonight, which we'll talk about later. Is there anything else from your perspective you heard from the clerk's office at the county that the public needs to be aware of before we ask for public comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. There's nothing else to add. You did a good job summarizing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Now it's to you. We would like to hear from you, your thoughts, your feelings, good or bad, which will help this council make informed decisions. So the floor is yours. I'll ask you make your way to the podium. If you can state your name and tell us your thoughts. Mr. McCray, you got your hand up. Make your way.
I always looked at it as we elect you to represent us. So whatever you think, and I'm not sure whether both of you agree that there should be one or two, but I think that's what we elected you for. We don't go there, so we don't know what the inside workings of it are. Is it better with one? Is it better with two? I have no idea. I don't think anybody here does. Maybe if you've gone there, never been there and done that. But as far as I'm concerned, it's up to you.
Okay, great question. I'll answer your question. I voted in opposition. I did not support it. The deputy mayor did as well, and I'll let him give his rationale. We are the smallest municipality of the 16. And we do what's called a weighted vote, meaning when we vote, not only do we count the number of hands, but we also, when it's asked for a recorded way to vote, they record the number of people you represent. So we have the lowest vote count within the county. My rationale why I did not support it was because I'm worried that our voice won't matter as time goes forward. We're going to have less representation at county, and I'm worried that the South will overpower our northern voice. And I was concerned by that. We did have delegations from members from the agricultural community that said, we're worried that our agriculture community, our rural community was going to lose that voice. That was my viewpoint. Deputy Mayor, anything you want to add from your perspective on the vote count? Okay. Any other members want to make their way to the podium? We'll start with Dennis McEntee.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to cut right to the quick. I just think that we've already got far more government than we need. When I was coming over here this evening, it took me 2 minutes to do a quick Google search of some of the largest corporations in the world in terms of the size of their boards of directors. Apple, their board consists of 8 people. They have 164,000 employees. General Motors board of directors is 11 people, 167,000 people. Loblaws, their board consists of 10 people. They have 250,000 employees. They run these corporations with 8, 9, and 10 people. We've got a government, a county government, where we're tripping over ourselves. We can't get out of our own way. 32 councillors for 2,000 employees. So it makes no sense to me. Your Worship, with all respect, when you say that if we cut the number from 32 to 16, we're going to lose our voice. Well, it's all relative. You got 32, you got the same voice, right? You cut it in half to 16, you've still got the same volume. So I would encourage council to think long and hard. I would encourage you to cut it to 16.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. McEntee. Any other members wish to address this matter? I think that's
Good evening, everybody. My name is Anna Sharon. I would like to just add a comment. I totally agree with the last gentleman. I have followed this as well on television. And I do believe that 32 is way, way, way too much. The more people you have, the less is done. And I think did everybody hear me? Good. So basically, I think in this day and time where you want things to run efficiently and you want it done quickly, the more people you have, the less will be done.
Thank you very much for your comments. Ms. Dubo?
As a past county councillor, I guess I would like, the triple majority has always been an issue. Are there any special rules that have been implemented or will be implemented around that issue? Triple majority, unfortunately, can be called on a dime. I use that analogy. It's very easy. Decisions can be made at county, but if someone doesn't like it, they put their hand up and they say, we want a recorded vote. And the recorded vote is the triple majority. So I was very interested to know if there has been any discussion in reference to the triple majority. Like, are there rules that it can only be implemented under certain aspects?
Thank you for the question. For clarity, we're not saying triple majority, we're talking about weighted vote, right? The triple majority is the mechanism to change the representation at county, but I think it's weighted vote you're referring to? Okay. So you're correct. And what previous Mayor Dubo is saying is the weighted vote's a recorded vote where we get by representation how many votes you can have. Right now, any member can call for a weighted vote at any time, even after the vote. So if we were to call a vote right now in county, and whether it passes or doesn't pass, before the next motion's read, if it doesn't go the way you want, you can put up your hand and say, Your Worship, I'd like to call a recorded vote, which means it becomes weighted, and then the weighted vote becomes precedent. So to answer your question, that only requires a change to the procedure bylaw. It doesn't require a triple majority change, which requires the change of composition. So change of composition requires triple majority, which requires lower tier. To answer your question about weighted vote, have the rules changed on when you can call a recorded vote, aka weighted vote, is a procedural bylaw change. We did start that process recently. The procedure bylaw is now back to staff to come back with the recommendations of what council has asked for. To further answer your question, what came forward is we said we should not be able to call a motion after the fact and say, in second thought, I'd like it to be a weighted vote. We've also asked for limited opportunities when the weighted vote can be called for. So county council has addressed those, and it's back to staff to come back with revisions of the procedure bylaw. I'm confident that it will be different as we move forward, but we don't have the final bylaw before us yet. Does that answer it?
It does for me, and if that in fact comes full circle, I support the change. As you know, I've always been an advocate of reducing council, so I think 16 members would be very adequate. Thank you.
Yeah, and fair comments. I think if the weighted vote would have came before composition, it might have been different. Unfortunately, it came through after this bylaw came to lower tier councils, but fair comment. Deputy Mayor, anything to add on that comment?
No, not really, except that it's very unfortunate the way it's being used. The whole conversation would not have come up. It came up county council and it was defeated to stick to 32. Everybody wanted to stick at 32. One of the southern communities, I'll say, they put up their hand and boom, all of a sudden your vote's worth 15 and my vote's worth 3. Right? So as they went around, the 4 or 5 strong big southern communities just said no to the rest of us. So twice that's happened in the last 3 meetings where it's already a discussion, county council's already made their decision and it's changed by the weighted vote.
It's always been an issue. And yes, being the smallest municipality, so certainly feel that it's very important that the right procedural bylaw is put in place to prevent that from happening. Thank you.
And that bylaw won't be looked at until the weighted vote people get their vote on it.
I know, so that's totally unfair. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members? Yeah, I'll make your way to the podium, please.
Mike, hello. All I'm asking, okay, you got so many people here on the council. Are you saying another place that has more people has a bigger council? Like more people?
Correct. So Penetanguishene is one of 16 municipalities in the county of Simcoe.
Yeah.
And in the county, the 16 municipalities make up the governance of Simcoe County. Every mayor and deputy mayor in Simcoe County makes up the council table at county council. So there's 32 of us that go to county council to represent our local towns and municipalities at county council.
Oh, what I'm saying, okay, let's say there's 20 on the council here. Another town can have 30?
No, most towns are between 5 and 9, I would say. So our council is this group here.
Okay.
That's our professional
Okay,
staff
I
that
get you.
support the decision
Okay.
of council.
So every town has the same amount here?
Give or take 5, 7,
Well,
9.
Why can't they all have the same? And then the vote would work right. The winner wins.
In theory. In theory.
That's it.
Thank you. Any other members wish? Any other members wish to address council on this matter? Any other comments? Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I was just saying to the deputy, we had more people delegate here tonight than we actually had at county council when it came to open forum at county council. So good job. Madam Clerk, thanks for making this happen. All right, council, we're going to move on to number 11, our delegations. We have 2 this evening, and I'll make my way to the podium. I'm going to ask if Councillor Drush, if you can join me. All right, welcome. So tonight we're making a special presentation, and it's interesting that our last question just came forward from Mr. Mike Deval, because I was going to start tonight by talking about, using a little joke. Penetanguishene is one of 170 other municipalities in Ontario that have been bestowed strong mayor powers. And I'm not going to get into what that means tonight. But the work that you're doing at Tinytown, we wanted to bestow upon you as the mayors of Tinytown. We wanted to delegate that to you this evening. But with all due seriousness, Mike and Shelley, the work that you do in the community is like tremendous. And I think the impact in the community is tremendous. And together, we want to recognize you tonight. Tonight's about you. And I know we did this last week at the great event up at the arena. But again, it's tremendous. And I think it's very humbling, the work that you do and the true impact you have. So thank you for all you do. I just want to make a little note here about what the real impact did you have in the community. And I think we should be on top of the highest mountain to celebrate the true impact that this is. So over the past few years, Mike and Shelley Deval have created something truly special in their little town called Tinytown, which is in their backyard. It's a fanciful recreation of life of an earlier time in a small Western village. And it's applicable to life in any small town. It's a place where visitors are welcome to dress in a costume to get the full experience, step back in time, and learn about days past. And we had the pleasure of going a couple weeks ago, and you can't do it in a 5-10 minute journey. You cannot, right? So book a half a day and experience the joy. What started as a means of sharing Mike's carpentry skills, Shelley's creativity, and their joint vision with family and friends has turned into requests from local children's groups, schools, neighbors, and guests out of country wanting to visit. One foreign visitor stated that their experience at Tinytown was better than their visit to Canada's Wonderland. And the admission was better too. Okay? Anyone who's had the chance to experience Tinytown can quickly understand why a simple tour of this couple's backyard is something that is sought after and not easily forgotten. Mike is eager to share his knowledge of the various gadgets, tools, and props on site, and Shelley with the inspiration and research for creative designs. This site is extraordinary, but more so because there is no admission charge, and their passion and love of community is evident through what they've created and the joy which they want to share. This retirement project has become a labor of love for both Mike and Shelley and highlights their dedication, generosity, and sense of whimsy. The attention to detail and the objects displayed are remarkable. Countless hours and dollars, and significant at that, love and joy have been devoted to this project. It's a unique gift to our community and is a unique reflection of their personalities. Their contribution is not measurable in terms of hours and dollars, but certainly deserving of recognition. Although it's not typical that the town recognize 2 individuals as Senior of the Year, the Tiny Town Experience is a joint venture with equal contributions and dedication from both Mike and Shelley. The town of Penetanguishene is proud to recognize Mike and Shelley Duval as the 2025 Seniors of the Year. Again, I can't say thank you enough. I think I say everywhere I go about how tremendous our community is. And every time I get to go somewhere, it's the community that makes the community special. And clearly, Tiny Town and now the mayors of Tiny Town have a pretty tremendous community within the community. So thank you for all you do. Thank you for everything. Now we have a couple of awards which will have you up and do some photos, but Councillor DeRush, you're near and dear to the project and the committee. Comments? No? Okay. So can we let's do another big round and let's do some photos, all right?
Funny.
But to be funny.
I always said, I'm the mayor and you're the deputy mayor.
That's why I said mayor. I don't know if you got it.
You're out.
Come on up, family.
I saw your t-shirts. Come on, Lori. Gosh. Rick. Oh, yeah, you got it out, yeah.
All right, go.
And a war horse.
Nobody.
We're gonna do this. Okay, let's hear, please. Beautiful. Congratulations.
We'll let you leave the building, but thank you again. Again, if you haven't had the opportunity to see this treasure, do and celebrate it and tell everybody. And I do know that there's a little, we'll call it a celebration event in our committee room. We want you to stay because lots of good stuff still to happen. But if you don't want to stay, go at the room and down the hall, there's a little special celebration. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're gonna get moving on. So if you'd like to join the celebration, it's just out the hall, down the hall to our committee room. But like I said, we have lots more of activities for the evening. Okay, Councilor, we're going to move on to our next item. So we're in 11, delegations and presentation. The next item is a presentation from Carrie Warner regarding our North Simcoe Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. Carrie, welcome. I know Carrie's had a busy day, Council. I believe we're the 4th council in Simcoe, North Simcoe you've been to.
Today. So, yes. Thank you very much. That's a bit of a tough act to follow. So nice to see some familiar faces. Hello. And we're up on the screen. So my name is Carrie Warner. I'm from Avail Consulting, and I've had the great pleasure of working with your community for the past couple of years, and most recently with the refresh of your community safety and well-being plan. Next slide, please. So for the next few minutes, we're going to take a little bit of a peek. Just some might be more familiar with community safety and well-being, the legislation and framework. This might be new for some, so we'll just take a bit of a crash course on that. I won't go beyond my 10 minutes. We'll look at how the plan was informed, the focused areas of risk, what will be actioned, so what are the strategies in the plan, how the plan is going to be actioned, monitored, and reported on, because that's incredibly important, because the first go around, the first couple of years has been pretty tricky, and we'll kind of talk about the lessons learned there, and then propose next steps. Next slide, please. So, why are we doing this planning? There's a couple of reasons. One, it's a legislative requirement. And so we know that it was tagged to municipalities to develop and adopt and implement with the support of their community partners, a community safety and well-being plan. And that was back in 2021, and it was a 4-year plan. But beyond the legislation, we know that when you look at the plan and you look at the areas of risk in the plan, these are really socially complex community challenges that we're talking about, and we'll talk about what those areas of risk are. So we know that, when people are struggling with some of the things that are in the plan, like maybe housing precarity or homelessness or mental health and addictions, they cross different sectors. So this isn't one sector that is to solve these solutions. When you're thinking of mental health, it's not just your mental health partners that address mental health. And so that's really the strength in the plan. And if you look at the slide and you can see the bullseye there, the government, the ministry is asking us when we're looking at activities to support these strategies to be looking across these 4 domains. So we're asked to look at what should we be doing in that immediate crisis response? What should we be doing at kind of the just outside that, but still an elevated risk? What should we be doing to prevent some of these areas of risk that we're seeing in the plan? And then getting upstream from that is social development. So that's really looking at policy, built environment, really changing the trajectory of how people experience life in society. So the municipal role in this, as I said, that the municipalities were kind of tagged with preparing and adopting these plans and implementing them with the support of their community partners and providers. But you're also asked to, every 4 years, review and revise as needed your community safety and well-being plan. And so having been closely connected to this for the past 4 years and looking at probably every community safety and well-being plan in the province, and there's like a very small group of us that do this kind of niche consulting, there have been a ton of lessons learned. It has not been an easy road for the first 4 years of these plans. And so I can tell you that your current plan, the one that is before you tonight, is different than the first go around. It's a lot smaller. The other one was like almost 100 pages. This is down to 30, a lot more digestible, very clear strategies, and we'll get into a little bit about the strategies. Next slide, please. So how did we land on this plan? How did we decide what goes into this plan? So there was a kind of 3 big tasks. One was a documentation and a data review. The next was around consultation and engagement, and then strategy setting. So when you've done all that consultation, you hear a lot of great ideas. And we know there's a lot of things that seem to all be on the A list. Nothing's on the B list in community. How do you land on strategies? So through the documentation and data review, just so you wonder what's that all about, I was looking across different collaborative tables. Sorry, I'm not even looking at you here. Sorry about that. I should step back. Looking at across different collaborative tables, looking at their mandates, looking at their strategies, looking at municipal plans, looking at provincial frameworks and legislation, and figuring out what are providers tasked with doing, and how can we work this into the plan? Because we certainly don't want to create a plan that is pulling partners in directions that they're actually not mandated to go, because you're not going to get the uptake. So we did the documentation review and we looked at the data. So we refreshed the data that we looked at 4 years ago to see what has changed. And we know that there's been a lot that's gone on in 4 years. We've kind of come out of a pandemic. We're in a bit of a recovery phase. But we know that some of the areas of risk we're seeing increased numbers, not numbers going down. If you're looking at mental health and addictions, we're seeing numbers go up. And we have a better understanding kind of coming out of that post-pandemic what that looks like. From there, looking at the consultation engagement, I won't go into every group that I engage, but we're looking at some of the groups like Ontario Health Teams, looking at mental health and addiction tables, looking at poverty reduction task groups. So some of those partners that are already convening and kind of putting their minds and activities in motion to address some of these areas of risk. Then we did online surveys, residents and providers. So those are two different surveys, clearly two different sets of questions, but they're kind of all circling around helping us understand a little bit more about our community and what is needed. Then we had an interactive, that would be North Simcoe. So North Simcoe is the plan. So Penetanguishene is in a plan with Tiny Tay and Midland. As providers setting strategy setting session with local providers. So that's like drawing on the people that are in your community, the providers and the community services that are working closely in your community, really connected to your local needs. And then the next one was at kind of the county level. So we know that some providers are hyper-local. They're really just serving your community. But then we know some providers, they serve your community, but they also serve other communities. And we know that there's some kind of county level strategies that affect what happens locally. So wanting to take all of that into consideration before we started setting strategy. Next slide, please. So the areas of risk that are identified in the plan, while you could have many areas of risk in the plan, these are the ones that kind of stood out. And that doesn't mean that if there's a need in community that is not tucked under one of those headings, that it's not going to happen. It very well could contribute to an improved community safety and well-being. But as far as what we're going to track and measure, they'll fall under those areas of risk. Next slide, please. So we're going to take a minute on this page. It looks like a bit of a busy page, but I'm going to direct your attention to the right-hand side of the page first. So you can see that the areas of risk, or that says key priorities, are housing and homelessness, mental health and addiction. Hold the thought on data for a minute, and then access to services and supports. So you're thinking, well, why was data not identified on the previous slide? Well, data is not an area of risk, but it's a priority. Simply because we learned from the first go round that if you do not have a good, solid approach to data, you are not going to be able to track and measure impact and progress. And so while it's not an area of risk, it's certainly a priority. And so we have a strategy matched to it. In your plan, you will find that there are local strategies, and then there's county-wide strategies. So if it says it's a county-wide strategy, it doesn't necessarily mean it's being led by the county. Some of them are, but it means that it's going to appear in each of the 6 refreshed community safety and well-being plans across Simcoe County. So there's this plan, there's a Couchiching plan, South Georgian Bay plan, there's a Barrie plan. You can imagine the rest of the groupings. And it just means that that strategy is going to appear in each plan, but how it's delivered locally will be different because your community is different. So how a countywide strategy is rolled out in Barrie is going to be different than how it's rolled out in North Simcoe. You have different partners, different community needs, different community assets. And so even though it's a countywide strategy, it's still considered like local application. So it will be local to you. And then you have local strategies, meaning they appear in your plan, but they don't necessarily appear in any other plan. And so if we take a look, and I'm not going to read through them because you can read through them, just to kind of give you like the high level kind of highlights of each one. So the housing and homelessness strategy is really focusing on referral pathways to prevention supports and reduction strategies. So when we're talking about housing precarity or homelessness, you want to address the concern that you have or people who are already living in that kind of precarious situation, but you also want to get upstream and you want to prevent people from tipping into it. So the strategies, that strategy, if you read it in the plan, details out the actions that will be taken to support that. The next is around mental health and addictions. And this strategy is really focused on transitional aged youth. So transitional aged youth are youth between the ages of 12 and 25. And if you think of someone who's turning 18, they may have been supported with youth or child services, but sometimes the services when they're 18, boom, all of a sudden you're an adult, you don't qualify for youth services anymore. And sometimes that's where we see people falling through the cracks. If a youth exits school and they're not going off to some other destination like college or some education and they're not in the workforce, where are they? So there really is a really tricky age between 12 and 25, and there's a lot of potential for risk there. And so the providers have really kind of come together to say, you know, organization A works with youth, organization B works with youth, but how do we all get all the organizations together in an integrated way to really look at all the services we offer and see, are there any gaps? Is there seamless pathways? And so that's what that strategy is about. The next strategy is a local strategy, and that is kind of a new and emerging group that started, I would say, less than a year ago, and it's a local drug strategy group. And so probably through other presentations to council, you've probably heard of this group. And so they're really taking a lead in a collaborative way to really address some of the issues that we see in community around substance use from a compassionate standpoint around stigma, harm reduction, and really weaving in some of the other pieces. And I think in community, when we're talking about that, it's not just providers, it's private sector. You know, it's private sector partners that have concern around maybe substance use on the streets or in the vicinity of their business. So this is a group, a really kind of, I'd say, high-functioning collaborative group that's kind of come together, and they're going to be tackling some of these community issues, but in a compassionate way. So I think that's very exciting. The next is what we talked about, which was a bit of a data strategy. And this approach will facilitate the collection, analysis, and sharing of aggregate data. So it's not naming names, it's just looking at kind of numbers and aggregate data. With those involved in community safety and wellbeing planning, reporting, and oversight, because that's where the plans fell shy. And I would say locally, but also across the province, is that there wasn't enough built into the plans around accountability. So while they were well-intentioned, and when I was developing the first go-round, the providers were expressing real need, and they had every intention of actioning those strategies. But, you know, there's turnover in leaders, there's turnover in mandates, there's turnover in funding, and then without a name and clear how you're going to measure it and who's doing it and who are the partners, it just fell apart pretty quick. And so that was a big lesson learned right across the province. So a bit of a gatekeeper on this go around of the refresh. There was lots of strategies that came forward, but I said, if you can't identify who's leading it, who's involved, how you're measuring it, and exactly what you're doing, it's not going to make the plan. Doesn't mean you don't do it, and maybe, you know, you'll have great success, but we're just not going to track and measure it in this plan because it's too hard to report back on. And so, you know, I'm confident that this time around, council will be getting regular reports in a meaningful way, and that providers will know exactly who's doing what and what is expected. Next slide, please. So how this plan will be actioned, now that we have clear strategies, we have lead agencies, we have some exploratory measures that they're going to nail down within those first 12 months with the support of a data strategy. The lead agency for each strategy will be the one who coordinates activities, tracks the progress, and then reports back to the appropriate group. So the appropriate group in this case would be the local governance group for your plan. And that local governance group for the plan is called the Geographical Municipal Coordinating Committee. Even after 4 years, it doesn't really roll off the tongue. But anyways, we're not changing the name now, but that is the representatives from each of the 4 municipalities and your OPP detachment commander, and a representation from the OPP detachment board as well, which is new. And I think that's a great link and tie-in, and that's courtesy of Phil DeBrun to really kind of move that forward. So little call out to Phil in the crowd. So that first year is really going to be those strategy leads kind of through my support as well. You know, I'll be working to kind of create a framework that they will follow, so they'll know exactly what they're to report on and when, and creating that timeline, setting up those GMCC meetings so that it piggybacks off the reporting phase. Then the GMCCs can bring something forward to council as far as a report back. So at a minimum, looking at council receiving progress reports annually, or if the GMCC determines that they should receive them, you know, twice a year, then that's at the discretion of the GMCC, and I'm happy to support any decision made. So next slide. Proposed next steps, so pending any edits or amendments to the plan that you would have received in your package, that the plan be adopted on or before July 1st, which will put you in compliance with the legislation and be one of the first, I'm going to say, in Ontario to get your plan refreshed, because I've been scouring and just seeing who's got plans out there. It's a little competitive, I'll be honest. But you'll be in good position. You'll meet your legislative requirement. And then what you would have to do is post that plan digitally on your website and send a letter to Solgen saying, we have refreshed our plan and this is our plan. And that concludes my presentation.
Gary, thank you so much for your presentation tonight. Council, later on our agenda, we are going to be looking at the community safety wellbeing plan and adopting that. Do you have any questions for Carrie before we move on? Councillor Marshall.
I'll just make thank you very much, Carrie, for the presentation this evening. And I have the privilege, honor. I also do the work as the executive director, with a lot of really great work done. And I'm really happy to see the refreshes. I'm happy to see the narrowed focus and really making it achievable and more tangible. And so I really do appreciate the work that's gone into this. And as a municipality, just really proud that this is the plan that we will be, backing and working towards. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members, comments, questions? Thank you again, Carrie. All I hear is the tremendous work and excellence and professionalism, the great work you've done to get us where we are today. So thanks for helping us be one of the leaders. And I also want to identify Mr. De Bruin. I heard that we are potentially going to be one of the first OPP detachment boards to adopt a community safety wellbeing plan in the province. So we're not going to say we are the first, but one of the first, we believe. But that's thanks for your leadership, Mr. De Bruin. So thank you for taking an active role in that. All right, thank you so much. We're going to move on, Council. To 12 is our adoption minutes not already confirmed. I have a motion that reads that the minutes of the council meetings be confirmed as circulated for Special Council for May the 14th, 2025, Council for May 14th, 2025. I'll look for a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Roux, second by Councillor Marshall. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. 13 is our consent agenda. We have nothing this evening. 14 is matters for consideration. Okay, Council, our first one is 14A is regarding the Simcoe County Council composition. What I thought we would do tonight is Madam Clerk, the county needs to have a motion for this, and the motion reads that Penetangwisheen consents or does not consent. So we've got to pick one, and they're looking for just that language, but either consents or does not consent. Okay. So, Council, what I was thinking was we'll start with the Deputy Mayor, and then I thought we'll let everyone give their comments and thoughts on this topic. Follow up with any questions. We'll see where the council table is, and then we'll confirm if it's consent or not consent. Is that fair for everyone? And then we'll do the motion to vote. Okay, Deputy Mayor, to you first, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. We went through this last month, Council. The Mayor alluded to a lot of the points tonight and alluded to them very well. The only thing I'd want to mention is it is very efficient with 32. Our council meetings at county are generally less than 4 hours. It works out very well. When you look at, for us, we'll be 3 hours representing 10,000 people, and down there we represent 309 or 450,000 people. And the county is made up, as you all know, of a large difference. So if you're down in New Tech and you're at the Honda plant, well, that's a lot different than being at Discovery Harbor in Penetang. We go, far and wide, Collingwood, all over the place. So it's a big place. The other thing that we do at county that we do very similar to here is our committees. So here you sit on a trails committee, you sit on transportation, you sit on the well-being, the library board, different ones like that. We have 68 of them that we fill at the county. So if you divide 32 people into the 68, everybody sits on a couple of committees. If you do that 68 into only 16 people, it becomes very onerous. You don't have enough time. One of the other things that was brought up to us was, it's going to save money right off the top. It's going to save tremendous amounts of money. And when they did the study, by the time you fill the committee appointments with some that council can't fill and you fill them with municipal staff, it's actually going to cost more money. So it doesn't work out. So it is very efficient. We do have committees to fill. There is lots of representation, and it would cost more money. So over the last 6 months, we've looked at it. And as I alluded to earlier tonight, if it wasn't for the weighted vote, it would probably be a little different answer, maybe, possibly. But if you were to look at if the mayor went and he goes for a year and a half straight, then he's on a holiday. So then one of us has to fill in. We would be lost. You wouldn't be able to keep up with what is going on there, what's going on, how does it affect our town. One of the gentlemen here tonight said, we get elected at the very beginning of our term to do this, and that's what we get elected to do. This system that they have in place was originally put in 1994 when restructuring took place throughout the province of Ontario. It's worked well. This is something that every council in every term has looked at. So, you know, it may be new for a lot of us, but it's not new for the system. So I would encourage that we do not consent. I just don't see how the South getting 15 votes and us getting 3 votes is a good thing. 4 or 5 of the large municipalities can then vote against things that would not be beneficial for us. And I look at a place like Georgian Village. You know, they would look at that and say, wow, we want that in Penetang. Okay, great, cool. Well, hang on. Now the 4 or 5 people in the South want that, and they have 5 times the voting power that we have. Where's it going to get built? So I'm not saying that they would purposely abuse that power, but having the option to do that, it has come out. So having 2 people down there on a consistent basis, it doesn't cost the town any money. I would vote that we just keep status quo. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Council, who would like to comment next? Councilor Roux.
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually spent 7 years at the county, Simcoe County, and I know the amount of work that's involved at the county. So we have to really look at the 2 reps, as I would look at, is that they're also responsible for what I would say back home. The mayor and the deputy mayor still have their responsibilities with their own council and municipality. And at the county, it's, well, Mr. McEntee mentioned like GM, small board, but GM only has one thing to concern themselves with, and that's the sales of cars and trucks. Same thing applies to Apple, the sales of computers and iPhones. The county, I was just making a list of the different things that the county has to deal with, like 4 retirement homes, county, bridges, roads, forests, libraries, paramedics, winter control, health, hospital, museum, archives, transportation. And that's just a small number because I hear the deputy mayor mention there was 68. So it's a big job. And so if you reduce your council by 16, then you're going to load the other 16 with more responsibility and more work, and they're going to want more money. So I don't see where there's any great big savings. So for me, I would say status quo.
Thank you, Councilor Roux. Councilor Marshall.
Thank you. I think I had the opportunity to share my comments last meeting, but I also feel strongly, although it is 2 individuals at the table, it is 2 individuals representing our smaller municipality. There are a lot of committees and there's a lot of things that do go on that if we don't have at least 2 voices and bringing it down to 1, I do feel that we're going to be faded into the background and just our voices may not be heard. So I'm going to support the current, that we stay status quo as well.
Thank you, Councilor Marshall. Councilor Vedabunker.
Thank you, Worship. As been said around the table, this issue has been around Simcoe County since the county was restructured back in 94. And having sat in an administrative role for many years and recently in a political role, I've been engaged in this conversation, annually each of those years with individual members of council, those who sat at county council. And I can tell you that just as we saw earlier, Your Worship, where a former mayor and deputy mayor and member of county council stood at the podium and said, yeah, she would support reduction. We have another very experienced county council member who, for very good reason, says we should stay with the status quo. And I respect both perspectives, and I've heard both perspectives, and I've heard passionately argued the benefits of both approaches by those who sat on county council and those that are in the cheap seats, if I can say. And I think it boils down to the people that sit at county council and the workload that the county councilors have. And one of the thoughts that occurred to me as I wrestle with this is that if it was reduced to 16 county council size, that would put more onus on the mayor in terms of our representative at county council. And the mayor already has a significant role at the local level, being the mayor. And you saw, a good part of, what he does tonight at the meeting and the various events that he attends. So is it appropriate to put that much on a single individual, where the current situation is that the workload at county council is shared? One of the points that was made to me, and it's been made a few times, is that, well, the mayor and deputy mayor could disagree and their votes, cancel each other out. And how effective is that? And I don't know what the voting record is, but I think that, to Councillor Marchand's point, having more voices at the table is actually better, I think. And Penetanguishene has a reputation, and it's had this reputation for many years of punching above its weight. And I see that continuing. And so I'm going to support the status quo. As I said, I've thought about this for 25 years as it's come back and forth. And even as I was thinking about the meeting tonight, I was encouraged to be able to hear the comments from my colleagues around the table, because, for me, I can see both sides, and we heard both sides. But I think for the reasons I've outlined, I'm going to support the status quo. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabonker. Councillor Drush.
Thank you very much. I think I also spoke last month about where I stand. I've heard so many variations of perspectives on this whole matter, and it's really difficult to know, not that it's not real or that it's not true, but there's all kinds of different perspectives that make it difficult to be able to decide. And again, as I mentioned, both of you have been at the county, and thank you, Councillor Leroux, for your words today. You are the subject matter experts on this, and you would know what goes on there and how you feel and what you have a take on it. And I respect that, and that's why I will back your feelings of not consenting and of staying status quo. So I will back that up, and respect that you do know how it rolls, and that I believe that you would be speaking on behalf of Penetanguishene in our best interest. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. Councillor Waters.
The comments from our audience were good as far as reducing the number of people. I think that's always a good thing, except in this case, I think we should stay the way we are for exactly the reasons that everybody else said. I think we have to remain status quo.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. We traditionally, council, look for a staff report and recommendations. COEs, any comment from staff or?
No comment, Your Worship.
Thank you. So a couple comments, if I can, bring us back. So this is reviewed at County Council every term, and I just want to remind everyone why this is before us this time. The reason why, and the warden told us, the reason was because the warden met with the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and the Minister of Municipal Affairs said, do it or I will force it upon you with legislation. The Minister of Municipal Affairs at the time was Mr. Calandra, is no longer the Minister of Municipal Affairs. I want to also remind us, this was at the same time when the province was talking about changes in Peel Region and backed away from that. Lots has changed from the political point, and I've said to the warden a couple of times, the political climate is different today. We're no longer getting that external pressure from the province saying this has to happen. No matter what happens with lower tiers and county making a decision, the province can still make this happen tomorrow. So I just want to preface, the only reason we're doing this is because the minister said, do it or else. Number two was we said there would be a cost savings. And the deputy mayor identified during our discussions at county, once we reviewed this at county, we actually found out that there will be no savings. Number three, I want to talk about the efficiency for a second. The deputy mayor said usually about 4 hours. Council rarely goes longer than 15 minutes. Rarely do we go past 15 minutes for council. Committee of the whole, we may go 2 or 3 hours. I would argue at a $950 million operation, we're pretty efficient. I think it's working quite well. I want to comment on one thing that Mr. McEntee brought forward, and I just want to address it because I think it was a good comment. I just want to give you my perspective. You talked about Apple's board of directors as the example. I just did a quick Google search. The directors at Apple are making $353,000 to $556,000. The county councilors are not making $550,000. I can assure you that. But what I do want to state is I think we're different than Apple. I think Councilor Roux mentioned this. We're not in the business of selling goods and bringing profit in. We are truly looking at service levels to community. I'm going to give you a couple examples. We've had members here delegate to us about transportation and the hardship without having accessible transportation. 2 members here have talked to me personally about the Lynx bus going to Orillia. We are advocating on your behalf to make that transition and Lynx better and easier and faster. We've had people communicate to us here about a $2 fare, how hard that is and how much hardship it causes. We try to advocate on your behalf to make day-to-day living easier for you. I would argue the difference we do is we bring the feedback that you tell us back. Now, I want to address something that Councillor Vettebunker brought back. I know it was in fun, but he brought up about the voting record. I think the other thing that's important is there are 2 representatives representing your community with 2 different perspectives. Now, our voting record's probably pretty close, but there are issues, and I'll talk about waste management example, where we're not on the same issue. Now, I may think I'm right, and the deputy mayor thinks he's right, doesn't matter, but we both take our collective position to represent the community that we believe is in the best interest of the community. And I think it's an injustice to the community if your voice, if you talk to me today, or if you talk to the deputy mayor today, if one of those voices is gone, your voice wouldn't be there. And I think it's important that we get as many voices to represent our community because we provide complex services and we try to be mindful of growth and costs and everything else. I think the work that we do at the county is important. I think it's good. I love the work I do in the community. I love the work we do at the county. It is complex. I also want to comment on the other thing that the deputy mayor brought up about workload. This workload's achievable and doable. And again, I appreciate and love what we do. And I love being out in the community as much as I can. I've talked to other mayors at county. I believe if this shrinks to 16, I think it could look very different next time. And what I mean is, can everyone commit to do what they need to do moving forward? I think that level of commitment is next level. And I think we got to assess what does that look like. So those are my comments. Council, I appreciate the feedback. I guess the final thing is we've been hearing from our council colleagues that there are mayors and deputies, or a mayor and a deputy that did or did not support and went to the lower tier. It was actually at times opposite to what their representatives brought to county. And we're hearing a different voice when it comes to our lower tier. I do know from our North Simcoe perspective, some have gone through committee of the whole or on their way to council, but I know Tiny at committee of the whole, Midland, us, Severn, Oro Medonte, Wasaga Beach, Clearview, Agila Toserantio have all said status quo. And they've all been unanimous. All right. Council, any final comments or questions? Thanks for the discussion. I think it was really good. Madam Clerk, thanks for facilitating this process. Council, the motion is going to read that the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene does not consent to the County of Simcoe Bylaw 7119-25 being a bylaw to change the composition of the corporation of the County of Simcoe, and that staff be directed to provide a copy of the resolution to the County Clerk. I'll look for a mover. It's moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Roux. Final comments and questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that carries. Thank you again, Council. And again, Madam Clerk, at County, we had 2 people delegate on this. I believe, Deputy Mayor, we had 7 letters come in. And I appreciate the communication and the outreach. We had good dialogue, good feedback from the community. I think I appreciate the feedback. And I think something we can stand tall and proud on that we heard from the community. All right, Council, let's move on to the next item. It's 14B. It's regarding the North Simcoe Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Before I read the motion on this, CO Lease, I know you're close to this and you've worked well on behalf of our municipality leading that. Thank you for your work on that. Anything further than what Kerry brought forward on the report tonight?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just that once Council adopts, we will be posting on our website within 30 days, and we'll also be advising the Sole Gen of our revised plan. Again, that won't occur until Council does adopt, and we're anticipating or hoping for adoption this evening prior to our July 1st deadline. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any further comments or questions on the plan? Okay, seeing none. Council, we have a motion reads that the North Simcoe Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan 2025 to 2029 attached to Schedule 1 to the staff report CEO 2025-05 be adopted. It's moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Vadabonker. Further comments or questions? No. Further comments and questions, Council? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. No, I appreciate the question. It's for Council. We like to leave the open forum, the opportunity for you to ask questions. Now it's our turn. Thank you. 14C is regarding Bill 17. Council, this came forward last month. We asked staff to provide a position paper. We asked staff to provide a letter. We said we'd like to be able to look at that from our staff's perspective and then make any adjustments, because today's basically the final day. The province changed the date. And the closing commenting period is already closed. We still believe this is important. We still believe the process we followed is important. You have the draft letter from Council, or sorry, from staff to Council. I'll open it to comments or questions. Okay, seeing none. Owen, you and Andrea, I want to thank you for the work done on this. We appreciate it. Council, the motion reads that staff be directed to submit comments on behalf of the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing through the Ontario Regulatory Registry related to the proposed amendments under Bill 17, Protect Ontario by Building Smarter and Faster Act to the Province of Ontario as proposed in Attachment 1 PL 2025-19. Moved by Councillor Waters, second by the Deputy Mayor. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. 14D is regarding Maxon Subdivision Phase 2 site work initial acceptance. Before I read the motion, Council, any comments or questions? Seeing none, the motion reads that the initial acceptance of the following municipal services for Phase 2 of Maxon Subdivision be approved: sanitary and water services, storm sewers, drainage works, and erosion control measures. Moved by Councillor Waters, second by Councillor DeRush. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Next item is regarding waterfront licensing agreement. Council, you have this report in front of you as well. Sherry, thank you for the work on this. Council, comments or questions? Seeing none. Motion reads that the draft agreement is presented in attachment number 2 between the Town of Penetanguishene and Nick Badouris for waterfront licensing agreement be approved, and that the Chief Administrative Officer and the Director of Recreation and Community Services are hereby authorized to make minor alterations to the agreement that does not substantially change its contents. Moved by Councillor Roux, seconded by Councillor Marchand. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Before I read this motion, council, there may be some comments or questions. So on our closed session tonight at our special council, we had a staff report, which kind of gave the background. So if we can, the intellectual property, the agreement, and the funding, that was our closed matter, which we've already addressed. So we'll open up to comments or questions, but please leave the confidential information confidential, and we won't bring it up here now. You have the reports before you. I'm going to start by saying thank you for bringing this forward so then we can move forward and making our streets safe. So COLEs, to you and the team that made this come together, thank you. Council, we'll open up for comments or questions and we'll look for the motion. Any comments or questions for anyone? Councillor Vedabunker.
Thank you. Just a comment. We discussed this report at section, and one of the questions that came up at section was whether we had the ability as a municipality to move these cameras to different community safety zones. And the answer that the director provided was yes, we do. And so as you can read in the report, the recommendation is that action be deemed to be administrative in nature and delegated to the CAO and the director to review. However, having said that, if a camera was located in a particular community safety zone, it would be there a minimum of 3 months before it would be moved, and there would be notice provided to the public, and I think there's minimum required notice before the camera could be moved, and then it would be moved to another community safety zone. If you look in the report, there's quite a list of community safety zones, so the CAO and the director would review and then make a determination whether the cameras were to be moved. It's just a comment. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Vedabunker. Any other comments or questions from anyone? Councillor Waters.
Yeah, excuse me. One question. I have spoke to a gentleman that got a speeding ticket in Barrie in a school zone for 1 kilometer over the speed limit. Will we have the same policy where we will enforce whatever the speed limit is, or will there be a buffer there where we will not give the ticket for 5 kilometers or something? I didn't know what the policy was.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Waters. I'm going to ask COLEs, but what this motion tonight brings forward is that we're going to delegate authority to the director and the CEO to create that speed limit, that threshold and that amount. I believe, and I support that delegation, that we shouldn't be setting that. We don't want to be in community and telling people it's only 6 here and 7 here and waive this, no way that. We want that circle small, and we want our team, our administration to support that. Recently, the deputy mayor was at a conference, the OSAM conference. Some of the feedback we heard from Lessons or in other communities was they did bring that to council and they said, well, let's make it this. And it was a political decision as opposed to a data best practice decision. So to answer your question, administration will own that. We won't know that. So you're not going to know it's 6 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 28 kilometers. We're going to delegate that to staff, but I'll turn to the CEO clarifying comments and questions.
Thank you, Worship. Just in addition to what Mayor Rawson has noted, we would work with the vendor and look at best practices in terms of what that looks like. And what I would say is, as the report notes and as Mayor Rawson notes, that is something that we would make a decision based on best practices data and in consultation with our vendor. I'm not aware of a community, albeit I'm not familiar with every single community's ASE program, but I would suggest that I'm not going to suggest it's not out there or it doesn't exist, but it would be less common to have a policy in place that is so close to the actual speed limit itself. Hopefully that addresses the question, Councillor Waters.
Councillor Waters, good? Okay. Council, any other comments or questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one quick one. I understand the camera is going to be a minimum of 3 months, and I understand delegating the authority to move them. I just wonder what the mechanism is to moving a camera location. So if council gets 40 people here and a night saying we want it on Fox Street, who makes that decision? I understand it's going to be delegated to the CAO and the director, but is that the actual mechanism for changing it? Is it only them, or is it a recommendation from council if we would like a different location?
Again, we'll turn it to the CO, Deputy Mayor. Tonight's motion, there's a recommendation of a number of cameras, 3, and there's a suggestion from staff on what community safety zones should be implemented. And Councillor Vettebunker talked about a time frame where it could be moved. That delegation staff would own that, and they would make that. I'm confident that if there was 40 delegations tonight, that feedback would go to staff and they would use that as part of their data to make a decision where and when they would make that change. But again, that would go to staff. I'm not saying 40 delegations tonight would make that happen, but CO Lees, can you address that inquiry?
Thank you, Worship. Just to piggyback off what you've said, I would use the analogy that it would be not dissimilar to anything else we do in this organization and services we provide across the spectrum of departments, in that we take feedback we get from the community and from the public, whether it be 40 people here in council chambers or whether it be, significant feedback we receive while we're at an event, or maybe it's significant feedback we receive via written correspondence. We take that feedback, and that would be one mechanism among several. Data, data would be one, for example, in addition to feedback we get, and ultimately make a decision. Things like, how we maintain snow removal operations, or, we get feedback often about speeding, and similar analogy here, but speeding on various roads, and that helps drive where we place our speed data contraption, for example. So we would leverage the information we receive, and certainly if we had 40 people show up at council chambers, to the question, we would certainly leverage that and capitalize on that to make that a priority. Not suggesting that it may get changed the very next day, but certainly something we would consider in our future round of moving cameras. Hopefully that helps give some satisfaction that we would certainly listen to what we hear from the members in the community.
Deputy Mayor?
No, that doesn't.
Councillor Marshall.
Thank you. I do appreciate in the report, and I think for clarity, it's not going to be a secret what the penalties are, the speed, because certainly there is a statement here in the staff report that we will have the bylaw come back to us in July. I think that's important to note, because certainly I think you look at any other municipality that is currently doing this, and I had a nephew that got a ticket, and I said, go on the website. Did they post when it was like what the speed is, what the policy was there a sign there, and all those pieces? And they checked every box, and he had to pay that ticket. So there is a process, because then, but we also know that there are administrative processes that are involved with this in terms of the collection of the fees and everything else. And so the other piece too was we've extended and approved through multiple, I think a couple council meetings ago, additional community safety zones so they could be included in this. And so we've heard feedback that have come from our citizens and our residents through staff reports. So we've added additional zones, and I think that's really important. And, just hearing comments this evening, there are locations, we've heard those comments, there's community safety zones have been identified. So I think that's important. I was a council member that didn't support this, this motion of bringing cameras into the municipality. Other comments are often that these are just, it's just ways to make money off people. I'm really hoping that it does reduce speed, and it does encourage speed reduction throughout the town, because certainly it does continue to be an issue. So, but I'm happy to see the report, and that all of the appropriate pieces are going to be in place, and that is the role from an administration perspective of making those decisions. I don't, it's not up to us to get tapped on the shoulder and said, oh, no, it should be, 15 over, not 5 over, and oh, we were 1 kilometer over. I don't know that that's really happening, but if it is, I don't think that's fair. But I do appreciate the report, and I will be supporting it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Marshall, I just want to add one comment to your statement. We did talk about this at our last OPP detachment board, and automated speed enforcement did come up. The detachment commander did confirm they now have data to support that speeding has been reduced dramatically in communities that have implemented this. Because we talked about what other controls can we look at. He did say those that did do this, it has been marked improvement. CLEs, question for you, please. The report identifies 3 zones, and I appreciate what Councillor Marshall identified, that we have done the work to improve the number of community safety zones. I mentioned learn, how did we land on 3, and how did we land on the 3 areas that you've identified? I know from myself, I would say Fox Street is one that I hear lots about, but I'm just interested to learn, like, how did you land there? Why not 2? Why not 4? And how did we get to the ones you got? Can you just help us understand that a little more to help me? I appreciate that.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I suggest to you that there was no equation that we used, then I'm being accurate. It wasn't an exact science, to be honest. What we looked at and what Brian and his team looked at was the zones that we get, you know, based on data and based on information that we've received either through community input and community feedback, because we often get phone calls or emails or, you know, the like about different areas in the community that speeding is deemed to be a problem. In addition to, I know Brian and his team have the speed contraption that they utilize out there in various areas of the community. So Brian and his team looked at the various areas in the community as it relates to the 16 or 17 community safety zones that we have identified. We looked at 3 as kind of the magic number. Could that be 4 as an example? And I'm just using that as an example. For sure, it could be. From our perspective, we've chosen 3 because we don't think it should be less than 3. But it certainly could be 4 as an example. I would suggest, and Mayor Rawson, you, I believe, noted Fox Street as an example, and I don't want to speak for Director Murray, but I will. Fox Street was in our top 4. Fox Street was one of the additional zones that we did consider, in addition to the 3 that we've outlined. I expect that, you know, based on all indicators from other communities that have implemented this, typically in future years, other communities look at increasing the number of ASEs, not decreasing. So am I trying to predict the future to suggest that in 2 years or 3 years, we might add 1 or 2? I am trying to predict that. So I think it's a matter of time. I don't think it's if, I think it's when. But that's how we landed on 3. Could it be 4 today? For sure. Hopefully that helps answer the question, Mayor Rawson.
Thank you very much. Council, final comments for us. I appreciate the motion. I appreciate the director and the CEO get delegated authority. And when I saw, for example, Blow versus Fox Street, I was like, I would rather Fox, but I think you use data, you used information to make that informed decision, so I'm going to support that. I do know from our latest Simcoe County Conference, those that have had it said we had 3, a year later went to 6. We had 4, they went to 8. To your point, CLEs, no one has gone back. They've doubled the number based on what they're saying. It's making communities safer. That concept, if we go back to what the cost is, Council, now is the time if we feel we want to have more. If you go back to what that cost is for us, it's significant increased cost to us if in 2 years from now we decide to do it. Remember, it's a leveled approach to how the costing is done for us. I would suggest if we believe that there's a need and a demand and we have the capacity and will, that 4 is what we should do now, and let's use that as we move forward. So I'd bring that forward unless there's tremendous opposition from anyone, and then we'll move that forward. Comments? CLEs, is that achievable? I heard you say yeah, but is that achievable if we implement 4 out of the gate on this process based on what we've discussed on the agreement, the funding, the formula and how it costs, and then implementing this?
Your Worship, from my perspective, I believe it is. I'll just look to Director Murray, and I see him shaking his head yes. We've not ordered the cameras yet. You know, certainly we bounced around at what the right number was. So could it be 4? I think the short answer is yes, it could be. Following direction, whatever that direction is we get from council, we'll look at ordering those cameras and utilize it as an opportunity to continue down the path of getting these implemented and installed. And I'm sure Director Murray would be jumping up and down if he was opposing what I was saying, but he's not. So that's certainly achievable from our perspective. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we haven't read the motion yet. I'm going to ask council one more time if they're comfortable, but would we be able to, when we read the motion, insert 4, and then that would be the motion that would be before us?
Absolutely, Your Worship, that would be considered a friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you. Lees, it says within the designated community safety zones. So you've designated the zones, we've designated the 3. Would you use your data approach for the number 4 then? Or are you looking for any more guidance from council for that?
To Your Worship, no, we wouldn't be looking for any more. If you simply replace that with 3 with 4, that provides us what we require to utilize the data that we have to implement the 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, are you comfortable with 4 out of the gate, and are you comfortable with bringing that motion forward? All right, let's do it. We have a motion that reads that the installation of 4 speed enforcement cameras within designated community safety zones be approved, and that the administration, including locations and speed threshold of the speed enforcement cameras, be delegated to the Chief Administrative Officer and the Director of Public Works. A mover? Moved by Councillor Roux. Second by Councillor Waters. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. CLEs, to you, Director Murray, thank you. I know it's been a long road doing this. Thank you. 15, presentation consideration of reports from Committee of the Whole. Councillor Vadabonker, please. Okay, we'll come back to Teeny. Councillor Roux, Recreation, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Committee of Whole agenda of May 14, 25 for Recreation Community Services had 6 items under consent agenda. 1, Wellbeing and Accessibility Committee minutes of February 2025. The Penetanguishene Library Board minutes of February 24, 25. The Summer Cultural Festival Ad Hoc Committee minutes of March 4, 25. Marine Engineering Services Agreement. Recreation, Parks and Trails Strategy Planning Consultant, and the 77th Windorama Post-Event Report. There was 1 matter for consideration, and that was the Museum Activities Report for 2024. And the future agenda items, there were 3. 1 is McGuire Park Pickleball Courts. 2 is Memorial Opportunities. And 7, the Canadian Museum of Water and GB Heritage League. So it is moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose, that the recommendations contained within Committee of the Whole report related to Recreation and Community Service section be approved.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We have a mover and a seconder. Does anybody wish to point anything for further comment? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Councillor, if you just don't mind your mic, please. Thank you. Councillor Vadabonker.
Thank you, Worship. So I'll speak to the Transportation Environmental Services section. There was 1 consent agenda item, and that was the first quarter Midland Penetanguishene Transit ridership update. We had 1 matter for consideration, and that was proposed amendments to the traffic and parking bylaw, and that bylaw will be considered later on tonight's council agenda. There are 2 referral items on the agenda, the septage disposal and treatment resolution and the Habitat for Humanity development proposed at the boundary of Tiny Township and the town of Penetanguishene. There were no new items added to the agenda. It's moved by myself and seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose that the recommendations and actions recommended by the Transportation and Environment Services section be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabonker. We have a motion duly moved. Anybody wish to put anything further comment? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Councillor DeRush, please.
Thank you very much. The Planning Community Development Services section had 4 consent agenda items. The first was the Ontario Land Tribunal notice for the Case Management Conference and Settlement Hearing for Queen's Court, which is located at 221 Fox Street. The second was the September 5th, 2024 minutes for the Town Dock Technical Advisory Committee meeting. The third was the April monthly activity bylaw report. And the last was the March 29th Committee of Adjustment meeting minutes. There were no matters for consideration. Only one item remains as a referral, and that is 161 Church Street and options for future use. As the chair of the Planning and Community Development Services section, I move the motion, seconded by the Vice Chair, Bill Waters, that the recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report related to the Planning Development Services section be approved.
Thank you very much. Anybody else pull them for the comment or question? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Councillor Marchand, please.
Thank you. For the Finance and Corporate Service section, we had a full schedule last month. We had 7 items on the consent agenda. They were the Cultural Alliance and the Heart of Jordan Bay Committee Partnership follow-up, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan refresh, which we had a presentation this evening, the 2024 draft year-end and 2025 Q1 financial summary, the Strong Mayor's Power legislation, the 2024 annual remuneration for council, board, and committees. We had the electronic document records management system project update, and then the 2011 to 2024 history of grants received. That was for matters under the consent agenda. We had 3 matters for consideration. The first was the County of Simcoe, council composition, which we've discussed further this evening. The second was the Economic Development Services delivery agreement, and the third was the voting method for the 2026 municipal and school board elections. There were no new referral items added, and a few of them did get removed. With that, moved by myself and seconded by co-chair Councillor Waters, that the recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole related to Finance and Corporate Services section be approved.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marchand. Anybody wish to put anything further comment or discussion? Councillor DeRush.
I would like to pull the voting method for 2026 municipal and school board election, please.
You good? That's been pulled out. Anybody wish to put anything else for the comment or question? Seeing none, we'll vote on the remaining. We'll come back to this. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Councillor DeRush.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to speak to this again this evening. The clerk provided us with a very thorough report regarding voting methods for 2026, and she did so as a subject matter expert. She has done elections several times, and she certainly did not base her report on, she based her report on facts, and the facts remain that adding another method, which is the on-site paper ballot on the election day, would cost as much as 40 to 50,000 more than if it was just the internet and telephone voting. So I don't know how many people were anticipating that we would be accommodating on voting day, but $50,000 price tag, that's pretty steep, especially with the fact that everyone has the opportunity to vote through internet and telephone, and we have resources in place throughout the election time to assist anyone who may find it uncomfortable or difficult. So we do support, we provide that input, and I understand that a lot of people, some people, do not like voting online or by telephone. I understand that, but I know other people don't like voting by paper either. So I think we need to really decide what is more efficient and what is more, and what's within our budget. The other thing is that unlike provincial and federal elections, municipal elections, you can vote, you vote where you own property or where you live. So there's already confusion about that when you have various methods of voting. So you could have someone, backing up Midland and Tay have decided to do internet and telephone voting. So they have set that, and I think that was a consideration that was taken when the clerk did her recommendations. Because then it is consistent in the area, and there's no confusion around how to vote and not to vote. And I think, again, if we do offer that third option I think, I don't know how many, but I find it really hard to believe that it would be more than a couple of hundred, if that, at a $50,000 price tag in addition to our current budget. So I would urge my colleagues to reconsider. Again, we've heard from our subject matter expert. She has done elections. She has based her recommendations on her experiences, and I feel that out of respect, we should support the recommendations that she's brought forward. And I understand that some of our constituents have reached out to us and told us they don't like to vote other than paper, but I also understand that we can't be everything to everyone. And I think we really need to think about the costs and the efficiencies that we want to present to our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drush. Do you have a motion to present?
Yes, I would pass a motion. I would suggest that we support option one, which would be to do internet and telephone voting, and leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Drush, that we proceed with option one, which is internet and telephone voting next election. I'll look for a seconder. It's seconded by, Councillor Marchand. I'm going to open up for comments or questions. Councillor Vadabunker.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Drush, for pulling this item. This is one of the items that I hoped to participate in the May meeting, but I wasn't unable to. There are still a number of people in the community that do not use the internet, do not feel comfortable with a computer. And the voter turnout, although Penetanguishene has a really good track record in terms of voter turnout, I know from just talking to some people that they just don't vote. You know, if they had a paper ballot option on the one day, election day, and say it was at town hall here, we may get more people voting, and those that would say, okay, I'm just going to go to town hall and I'm gonna vote. So when I read the report and I looked at what the Committee of the Whole had recommended from the last meeting, I was pleased with that. So I'm not going to support the motion that's been put forward for the reasons that I've outlined. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabunker. Councillor Roux, do you have your hand up?
No, Your Worship, I am going to support the original.
Thank you. Council, any further comments or questions? I'll just make a couple. Councillor Drush, thank you for pulling it and articulating, I think, passion for our staff as the subject matter expert, and I would agree with you. I just want to emphasize, I brought the referral forward because I heard from the community that this was something that community wanted. I agree with your cost comment, but I think democracy costs, and I would agree with you, Councillor Vadabunker, there's still a lot of people that aren't connected, and I think we're providing a barrier for people by not providing a method for them. I also appreciate your comment about being akin and similar to other communities, but this community actually took a leadership role, and I would say we were the first ones that went with internet voting, I believe in 2014, and others watched the path and direction we took. I think us learning from that and using the data represents our community and what the community wants and needs. So I think the original motion that Committee of the Whole supported is the right option. I too will not support it. Further comments or questions, Council? Okay, Madam Clerk, we have the motion. We're okay with the motion that's before us. Okay, so Councillor Drush move option one, which is internet and telephone voting. We have mover and seconder. No further comments or questions. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that's defeated. Madam Clerk, do we go back to the original motion or do we need to introduce a new motion? Mistake. My understanding, Madam Clerk, is the original motion was pulled for discussion. Councillor DeRush moved an amendment to option 1. That was defeated. So we'll go back to the original motion. Am I correct?
That's correct. Okay. So the original motion, if you'd like me to read it, would be now be on the table to pass by council. So that council hereby endorses option 3, the use of internet/telephone voting with hybrid voting, internet and telephone voting, and paper ballots on election day only for the 2026 municipal and school board trustee election as per staff report CL 2025-05, and that staff be directed to bring forward a bylaw authorizing the hybrid voting method for the 2026 election.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have the motion. I'll look for a mover, please. Councillor Vadabonker, second by Deputy Mayor LaRose. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Okay, Madam Clerk, we've finished that section, right? Okay. Councilor, no. We're all done committee of the whole. Okay, I just want to make sure we're, all right, we're moving on. 16 is presentation, consideration reports or special committee. We have none. 17, motion of which notice has been previously given. We have none. Council, does anybody have a notice of motion to present this evening? Seeing none. Next is our consideration of bylaws. Council, if I read them, does anybody have any further comments or questions on the bylaws as presented? Seeing none. It reads that the Council of the Town of Penetangwisheen introduce the following bylaws. Bylaw 2025-26 being a bylaw to amend the traffic and parking bylaw, and bylaw 2025-27 being a bylaw regarding the waterfront license agreement with Nick Badouris, and that the bylaws be read a first time, deemed to read a second and third time, and carried. I'll look for a mover. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Waters. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Deputy Mayor, we already talked about the county. I didn't tell everyone what we do. Time for you for the update.
Short and sweet, Your Worship. The county, we had a presentation regarding a partnership with the 211 Community Connection. It's called the Age-Friendly Community Calendar. And then what it does, it allows you to go online. They've broken the county down into 4 or 5 sections. You can click on Simcoe North, see where you want to go, what services are available, helps you if you want to become a volunteer. Very, very nice system that they put in for that. Yesterday was the official groundbreaking ceremony at Rose Street, the former OPP station property just off the 400 highway. And the county is building one of the largest affordable home projects in the history of the county. It's going to be 220 units. There are two towers. One, I believe, is 11 stories tall. The other one's 9. Big parking complex, lots of commercial stuff underneath it for the support groups that come. So that was nice to see that kicked off. The other thing at the county we dealt with was a memorandum of understanding for our economic development. And I'm going to get the mayor to speak on that since he's been a champion of this project and has dealt with it at their committees at the county. Other than that, Your Worship, that's it for me.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Everyone's aware because we adopted it tonight, but I think our partners are looking favorably at what we're going to do with our economic relationship with the county, and thank you for adopting that, and I'm looking forward to where we do. And thank you again, CEO Lees and Ms. Betty for making that come to fruition. The other thing I'll comment on, and I think we'll have more communication in the near future, we've been talking about the changes to our waste management program in the province, and that the province has taken over recycling for the county of Simcoe. So the county just completed a negotiation with the province. Sorry? Completed negotiation with the province, and the province, in essence, has purchased our recycling containers. So you'll continue recycling with our blue bins the way we are today. The only difference is instead of the county come picking up your green bin and your recycling, the county's going to come pick up your green bin, and then the province is going to follow behind and pick up your recycling. It's crazy, but that's the system. We tried to sell that we would do the pickup as well, but the province wants to do that. There's more information to come, but the positive news here is there are more recycling materials you'll be able to put in your blue bin starting in January. So we'll give more information when that comes. So that's the positive. The unfortunate thing is we still don't have a solution for our commercial properties. So commercial, not-for-profits, these agencies, they will not be picked up, and that's your responsibility. That's a problem. We're gonna have to figure our way out through that. So we're still doing some work on that. But just so you know, we're starting to inch forward from the residential component. Okay. Any questions for the Deputy Mayor, Council? All right, let's move on to announcements and inquiries. Councillor Rush, I believe you said you had one.
Yes, thank you very much. So as I mentioned previously, Council created a Summer Cultural Festival ad hoc committee to review options for a new signature summer festival to be hosted in Penetanguishene. And so the committee is working hard to get feedback from the community. So it's launched a survey, and the survey is available on Connect Penetanguishene. And it's under the events icon. So I encourage the community and my colleagues to fill out the survey. It takes less than 5 minutes, and it will inform our decision or our, not our decision, but our recommendations that will be sent to council for our consideration. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rush. Any other members? Councillor Leroux.
Thank you, Worship. Two, one, the splash pad is anticipated to be up and running by the weekend. And secondly, the Friends of the Museum are gearing up for another great Canada Day. We have a great reason to celebrate our beautiful country and a safe and stable environment. And this year, Penetanguishene has the fireworks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vadabunker.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I have a question for you, and that has to do with, I understand the OPP are conducting a review of the billing formula for municipalities. As I understand, they've engaged a third party to undertake that review. Is Penetanguishene and by extension our Police Services Board engaged in that review in any way?
Thank you for the question. No, the board's not involved because the board does not have a relationship for the provision of services. That's the municipality. So I'm participating as the mayor of the town of Penetanguishene. I'll turn to the CEO, but I believe the CEO and our director of finance is participating as well. If we go backwards, last year when the big spike of the OPP billing came about, the province said they were committing to look at the formula and what that looks like moving forward. They've hired an external consultant to do that engagement work. They broke it down by region. I believe our session's tomorrow, where we get to engage on what's the impact and how do we envision that move forward could look like and the impacts material to the municipality. But it is not the board perspective. That's not a billing matter before the Police Services Board. And I'll ask the CEO, but I believe we have a couple people from our admin team that will be participating as well. CEO Lees?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, our Director of Finance, Director Robillard, will be participating in tomorrow's session. They've provided 4 sessions, but really they've earmarked them for different geographical areas in the province. So although they're offering 4 sessions, really we have one that is our session from a geography perspective to attend. That is tomorrow. So Director Robillard will be attending tomorrow. There's a number of questions they've provided that they're looking for feedback on. The written correspondence is required by June 20th, so we will be drafting something following tomorrow's session to submit on behalf of the municipalities, keeping in line with other challenges and issues that we've raised and brought forward at this table, meaning to council. And they have engaged Deloitte as the third party to facilitate this process for them. So we're looking forward to the session tomorrow and hearing input and feedback from other municipalities in our jurisdiction or geographical area, and looking forward to draft something for June 20th. We will provide that to council so council's aware in a public forum what that looks like in terms of what we do submit to the province. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. And Councillor Vedabunker, my perspective is twofold. We can't take a 30% increase year over year. So for our municipal policing, that's one piece I'll be bringing forward. Also, the impact to our community to police Central North Correction Center, that we have to address. So I'll be bringing that forward pretty strong from our perspective. I'll also let you know, last week I was at the Ontario Association of Police Service Board conference. Minister Kersner was there. I did have an opportunity to speak to him one-to-one and readdress Central North Correctional Center with him again. So we are having active, regular dialogue about that matter, and we'll continue having the conversation.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, CLEs.
Any other announcements or inquiries? CLEs, any announcements from admin?
Not from admin. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor, moving on to our confirmation bylaw. It reads that the confirmation bylaw 2025-28 be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk. Moved by Councillor Water, second by Deputy Mayor. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. We look for motion to adjourn at 9:19 p.m. Moved by Councillor Water, second by Councillor Vedabunker. All in favor? And that is carried. Let's take 10 minutes, 11 minutes. We'll be back at 9:30. We'll continue with Committee of the Whole. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, everyone. We're going to call our Committee of the Whole meeting to order for Wednesday, June the 11th, 2025 at 9:32 p.m. We have a motion for approval of the agenda that reads that the Committee of the Whole agenda for June the 11th, 2025 be approved as presented. Moved by Councillor Marchand, second by Councillor Vadebunker. Call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest tonight? Seeing none, we move on to delegations and presentations. We have none. Number 5 is our council information package. Council, does anybody wish to pull anything from the council information package for further comment or question? Councillor Waters.
The very first item in there was a letter from the sub shop in Midland that donated some fire equipment for us, some cameras and stuff. And I just thought that they should get a little shout out. Thank them for it.
Thank you for that, Councillor Waters. Yeah, the fire chief, Renault, mentioned to us that they applied previously last year, and Midland was a recipient last year. And this year they reached out that we were successful and were able to apply that for more work and capital work within the town. And Chief Renault mentioned to us the day he mentioned that maybe we should go to Firehouse Subs and buy stuff next time you're going by, because they reinvest in the community. But to your point, yeah, we can send a letter and say thank you, because it's greatly appreciated on our behalf. Thank you for that, Councillor Waters. Any further comments or questions on the council information package, Council? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion that reads that the council information package, having been given due consideration, be received for information. It's moved by Councillor Waters, second by Councillor Leroux. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. All right, we're going to move on to 6, Section A, Transportation Environmental Services section, and turn the chair to Councillor Vadebunker. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. We have no items under the consent portion of the agenda. We have 2 matters for consideration. The first item is award of a contract to Charles Morton Construction for construction services to the municipality. This was done through a competitive process, and Charles Morton Construction Inc. won the tender. I'll read the motion, call for a mover and seconder, and see if there's any questions. That the construction services tender be awarded to Charles Morton Construction Inc. for a 3-year term with a possibility of 2 one-year extensions, totaling a potential 5-year term. May I have a mover, please? Deputy Mayor LaRose, a seconder. Councillor Roux, any questions or comments on this? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. The second item we have is a preventative maintenance, a preventive road maintenance contract, and this was done through a sole source purchasing action. I'll read the motion. I'll look for a mover and a seconder. That the sole source unit price quotation submitted by Superior Road Maintenance for the 2025, 2026, 2027 and 2028 construction seasons as outlined in staff report RDS 2025-13 be approved. May I have a mover, please? Deputy Mayor LaRose, a seconder. Councillor Marchand, any questions or comments on this report? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. We have 2 referral items. We have the SEPDAS disposal and treatment resolution, and that is estimated to be dealt with in Q3 of 2025, and the Habitat for Humanity housing project, and that is also a Q3 2025. Does any member of council have another referral item that they'd like to add to the Transportation and Environmental Services referral list? Okay, seeing none, I'll read the motion, and I had to look twice, Your Worship, just to make sure. That the Transportation Environmental Services section endorse the following existing referrals to the upcoming agendas and staff. May I have a mover? Councillor Roux, seconder, Councillor DeRush. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Are there any questions from the media? Thank you. Your worship, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vadabonker. Moving on 7, Section B, Recreation Community Services section, over to Councillor LaRue.
Thank you, Your Worship. Under the consent agenda, that the following consent agenda items having been given due consideration be received for information. Trails Committee meeting, June 11th, 24, the Penetanguishene Public Library Board meeting of April 28th, and a memo from the Director of Recreation and Community Services, Clean Marine. Does anyone have anything that they want to bring up or discuss? A mover? Councillor Marchand, seconded Deputy Mayor LaRose. All in favor? Thank you. Matters for consideration, we have one, and that is the McGuire Park Pickleball. And that the town await the results of the 2025 Recreation Parks and Trails Strategy to inform decisions related to tennis and pickleball court levels of service. Concerns, statements? Councillor Vadabonker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to compliment staff for the report. I thought it was a really well done report, and I think the recommendation is the appropriate way to go. It's part of a comprehensive review that's looking at a number of options, and I look forward to what the recommendation that comes back. Thank you.
Good. Comment or a movie? Comment, go.
I wasn't going to be allowed to comment. No. I agree with Councillor Vadabonker. Good report, and certainly this is a motion that I brought forward as a fairly new pickleball player and someone who enjoys it. And it's really great to see the sport is really picking up in our community. The courts are really well utilized. We have a great booking system. I do really want to shout out to that because not everybody books, and it's really hard to get into courts. But I do agree with the larger recreation strategy that we look at. I'm hopeful that this will mean more pickleball courts, not just the additional a few that I was hoping to see. But I'm just really happy to see that it's just been so well received in our community. Great sport for seniors, and the group that play every day, they're very competitive and have a lot of really good fun, and it's really good to see the utilization. So I do appreciate and will be supporting the report. Thank you.
Further comments or concerns, Your Worship?
Thank you. I'm just wondering if the director could just highlight what's the Rec Master Plan engagement survey, because I think it's really good, but I just think we need to inform everybody what it is. I think kudos to the work we're already telling people. Can we just reiterate what that is?
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. So the survey for the Recreation Parks and Trails Strategy is currently open. It closes at the end of the month, the 27th of June. We did have a couple pop-up engagements last week, which was exciting. Monteith Brown was on site at Seniors Info Day, and they stayed and attended for the ball hockey programming in the evening. There's a few stakeholder sessions planned, actually one this Friday, invite only for various community groups and organizations. And there's one next evening, I believe it's Tuesday evening, for sport organizations, a lot that are run by volunteers who work during the day. And then there's a public information center being hosted at the arena on July 23rd in the evening. So we will push out communications about that. And there will be another public consultation later in the planning process once we have the first draft received. So the consultants will be coming to council twice to present, and doing public information centers twice as well.
Your Worship, while we're on the pickleball thing, I had the pleasure of attending my curling club board meeting last night, and the curling board is seriously thinking of doing 4 courts at the curling club next summer. They were hoping perhaps to do it this year, but it's a little too late in the year, but they're definitely going to go next summer with 4 courts. So. Anything further on this matter? Okay, I will read the motion again, that the town await the results of the 2025 Recreation Parks and Trails Strategy to inform decisions related to tennis and pickleball court levels of service. Mover, Councillor Marchand, Deputy Mayor LaRose. All in favor? Thank you. Referrals to upcoming agenda, we have the McGuire Park Pickleball Court Memorial Opportunity and where residents can be more memorialized. Now, would we be removing the McGuire Park? No, we'll leave it to the next one. Anybody have anything that they want to add or? No, mover? Councillor Derush and seconded by Councillor Marchand. All in favor? That is carried. Question period for media and public. I'm sure there's none. And so back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. We're going to move on to 8, Section C, Planning Community Development Service. Second, and turn the chair to Councillor Derush.
Thank you very much. So the Planning Community Services, Development Services has 4 consent agenda items. The first is a notice of case management conference for 221 Fox Street, which is Queen's Court. The second is the Town Dock ad hoc committee meeting minutes of May 5th, 2025. And then we have the downtown parking changes and parking permit system work plan, which itemizes our timelines. They've identified timelines. And then the last is the memo from the municipal law enforcement officer, which is the monthly activity report for May 2025. And you'll notice there's a lot more stats there, a lot more proactivity. And that's because bylaw hours are now 7 days a week, and we do have some summer staff online. So we've been able to be more proactive there. So are there any comments or questions regarding any of these items? Seeing none, the recommendation is that the following consent agenda items having been given due consideration be received for information. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Leroux, seconded by Councillor Marchand. We'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Matters for consideration, we do have a few. The first item is the results of public meeting for 128 Burke Street, the draft plan subdivision PEN-SUB-2024-02 and zoning bylaw amendment ZA8 2024. Are there any questions regarding this item? Seeing none, I'll read the recommendation. That the zoning bylaw amendment ZA8/2024 and draft plan of subdivision PEN-SUB-2024-02 applications be approved as revised on the basis that the applications are consistent with the provincial planning statement and conform to all applicable provincial plans, the County of Simcoe official plan, the Town of Penetanguishene's official plan, and represents good planning for the reasons outlined in staff report PL-2025-21, and that a bylaw to amend the Town of Penetanguishene's comprehensive zoning bylaw 2022-17 be passed, and further that the Director of Planning and Community Development be authorized to grant draft plan approval to the revised draft plan of subdivision attachment number 3 to PL-2025-21, subject to the draft plan conditions contained in attachment number 4 to PL-2025-21. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconded by Councillor Vandenbakker. Any final comments? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. The second item is an objection to notice of intention to designate 47 Chatham Street. And this is regarding, yes, the designation project that we spoke of last month. Are there any questions regarding this item? Yes, Mayor. Mayor, oh boy. Rawson.
I'm fine. Well, let me just start by just saying I appreciate the process that's before us, but I'm wondering if maybe Owen can kind of go over the process. So I believe about a year ago, I think the deputy mayor asked the question, and the question was about, did people have an opportunity to put their name forward and say, I'd like to be considered? How much did it cost us to go through the process? And I believe at one of the time kind of reiterated the process for us. So some of this was a heritage legislative change. We provided a consultation process. It was at the museum, I believe about 18 months ago. People could participate. I was there. I believe some of us were there. My concern tonight is we followed, we'll call it the statutory process, how we do that. But the Heritage Committee selected properties that met the designation that we felt was meeting the needs that we wanted from the community's perspective. But no one who's a property owner had an opportunity, other than being informed of the process, to say, I would like to opt in or opt out anywhere throughout that process. Until it came to us last month or 2 months ago, and we could say, here's the potential properties we're looking to designate. Then you can file an objection. Those that did not object, we approved last month. The ones who provided an objection, we asked staff to provide a report back and provide supplementary information, which is here before us tonight. We had 3 objections, appeals that are before us tonight. And basically the next 3 motions state what the same process outlined. We still believe we should do it because even though the property owners, for whatever the reasons, are stating they don't agree for the reason that they do. Now, I'm going to say my same thing for all 3, but I'll only say it once tonight. I think we got to hear what our residents are telling us in that process. But I'm most concerned of the 3rd one, which I'll speak out to, being a business. When a business telling us this is going to impact my business. But if I can, Madam Chair, if maybe Owen could reiterate that process and the opportunity for members to bid in, bid out, and what that engagement process looked like and how we got to them being an appeal perspective, or was it at the beginning that they could bid in, bid out, and how that unfolded to get to this point. I get the part that it conforms to our strategic plan and our heritage. I get those. I just want to understand how people approve through that process.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the 9 properties that were considered for designation were first added on to the Heritage Register by Council back in approximately 2012. So they're notified through that process of being added onto the register. Now the register affords the properties certain protections, not full protection from alteration, but it does allow Council to hit pause should the property submit a demolition permit. So before the property is gone forever, Council can say, stop. We're not going to issue the demolition permit until we go through the process of considering the property for formal designation and avoiding demolition of that heritage property. So before we started this process, the properties are only on the register, and that's how they're protected, only from demolition. When Bill 23 was passed by the province, that triggered us to take a closer look at the Heritage Register, because if we don't move forward on designation for those properties, they will be delisted for a period of 5 years, opening them up to potential demolition should a redevelopment application come forward. So in response to that, Council directed staff to prepare cultural heritage evaluation reports for the properties. At that point, we conducted a workshop hosted by Community Heritage Ontario, and we invited the existing property owners who have a designated property. We also invited the property owners that are on the Heritage Register. Following that, we began the work to evaluate the properties. So we sent a letter to the property owners advising them that we're undertaking this review, and a little bit of background on why on Bill 23. In November 2024, we shared the results of that report with the property owners, and we provided a sheet with frequently asked questions and an opportunity to meet with staff. Out of the 9 properties, there were 3 property owners that reached out and asked some questions to staff who we met with. In March 2024, we issued a letter with the notice of intention to designate, and we attempted to contact them all through that letter, and again, some reached out with some questions. So that's kind of a summary of the consultation that's occurred to date. But to specifically answer your question, did the property owners have the opportunity to object and back out of the process? It is not until the objection period, so the 3 objections before council this evening, that the property owners would have had that opportunity.
I think it's important to note that the province has a Heritage Act because it's in place to protect heritage pieces, the history in our communities. And these properties that were designated, it wasn't done lightly. They fulfill certain criteria. And so by putting them on the register, what the town is trying to do, what the museum's trying to do is protect these properties from disappearing. And unfortunately, so much history disappears when these properties aren't protected. And protected meaning that they can do all kinds of renovations inside. They can do what they want in their house, but when it comes to certain features of their home, like let's say there's certain kinds of windows that have architectural value to heritage, then we would work with them to, to stay true to the importance of that feature. And so that's really what the Heritage Register does. It doesn't stop people from doing what they want to do with their home, but it creates an environment being more mindful as to trying to uphold that heritage. And again, some communities are so much more, we're not super proactive. We haven't been with our Heritage Register because of whatever reason, I'm not too sure for the past. But if you look at areas like, when you think of Collingwood, you think, oh my God, that's so beautiful, whatever. Well, they have a whole pile of registered properties that are safeguarded and that are protected from great changes. Stratford, all those communities, it's because they've taken, they've really owned the responsibility to be true to the heritage of their towns. And the town of Penetanguishene prides itself in being an old community with beautiful features, but if we don't protect them, they're not going to be there. They're going to disappear. And that's why this is before us. And it's not to hinder on what people can do with their homes. It's simply saying that these properties have great value and heritage, and should they choose to want to do changes, there are certainly heritage rebates that they can apply for, and there's grants that they can apply through the town to assist them with renovations. And again, it would just be true to the character of the home that they own. Are there any other questions or comments? Yes, Councillor Marchand.
My question is, when a home is designated on the list, are they also have an opportunity? Is there different tax rebates? Is there other advantages other than some of the grants that you talked about for houses that are deemed to be heritage properties?
Could you answer that, Owen, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Through to Councillor Marchand. The town has its heritage tax rebate program. So when you're conducting upkeep to those heritage features, you can submit your receipts for that tax year, and you can obtain a reduction or a rebate on your taxes for the previous year, up to 40% of the town and county portion of the taxes. We also have our 2 community improvement plans, which provide additional funding for heritage properties. So they don't have access to additional programs, but they do have access to additional funding, recognizing that those upgrades can cost more because they do, in some cases, require custom work.
Yes, Deputy Mayor LaRose.
Thank you. Is there a cost to the homeowner to be designated?
Through to Deputy Mayor LaRose, there's no cost. There can be some changes in terms of procedure for making alterations to designated features, which can impact property owners. So there's and heritage permit alteration process. That would be in addition to a building permit, for example. So where someone is requesting to make a change to an architectural feature, there's a process to be followed, and typically municipalities may have a fee for that. The town of Penetanguishene does not currently have a fee, but as indicated in the report, staff are looking into making some adjustments to the heritage alteration permit process. It's on the work plan for the Heritage Committee this year. So that could be something that we're looking into, but there's no direct costs associated with it.
Yes, Councillor Waters.
First of all, I agree with everything that my councillor to the left here said. As for all the good reasons for doing it, I guess I have a question. If they continue with the objection, is there a cost involved to the taxpayer to object?
If the objection passes and council decides not to pass a designation bylaw, then the process fully stops and there's no implications for the property owner. If council was to pass the bylaw, then the property owner would have the opportunity to appeal that bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. There is an application fee for the appeal, and depending on their opinion, they may want to hire a professional heritage consultant, they may want to hire legal counsel, but that's up to them. The direct cost would just be the application fee of the appeal.
Any other questions? Oh, Bill, sorry, Bill.
Another question. So has there been any one-on-one conversation with the people that have objected? And I have one more question after that as well.
Staff have spoken on the phone with all of the persons who have objected to just explain the process and the next steps and to provide some clarity on some of the points that we've responded to in the report. They've also been provided with a copy of the report, so they have a full response to all their questions. But we did have a phone call with each of them just to explain what happens next.
And my last point would be then if I would hope that council would, even though it would be the best thing probably for the town if we did approve this, I believe that the quiet enjoyment of the property owner supersedes the what we're asking them to do. I don't think we can ask people to join something that they don't want to. It's like expropriating a piece of land. If you need it for something, fine, you can do it, but just to pass it when they don't want it, I don't think we should be doing that.
Thank you for those comments. Yes, Mayor Rawson.
Thank you. I appreciated your comments, Councillor Drush, and I agree mostly, meaning the policy perspective and what we're trying to do and vision and future. My concern is, I think the average person's just trying to pay their bills, live and provide for the family and do the best they can every day. I think that's most people. And I appreciate, Owen, your comments about the process. I think just people are so busy with day-to-day living that they don't know our processes and follow what that looks like. What I think this is received as is red tape, barriers, and increased costs. That's what people are hearing. And I think that's reality. You know, the letter of objection to 47 Chatham Street says, "Hi there, today we received a notification from the town intends to designate our house." It goes on to state, several years ago, we replaced all the windows in the house, a total of 18 openings with a modern version of sash window that reflects the style that were in place before. However, the windows that are now fitted are not arched at the top. They're squared off. As you can imagine, there is still a lot to be done and we aren't getting any younger. We're doing the alterations ourselves and would appreciate if the town could shelve their plans to make our home a heritage home, as red tape is the last thing we need right now. I'm just sensing that people are just living and they're going about their daily day. They're trying to do the right thing. And we've created a process, and I appreciate it. We're trying to do the right thing, but so are they. And I think we're creating more barriers for people to live. I'm not going to support this. But my question, Owen, my understanding is we can re-look at this in 5 years, correct?
That's correct. So the property would become automatically delisted off the register, and it could 5 years from now be re-added onto the register.
Yes, Councillor Marchand.
So by adding them to the register at this point, is there anything that is requiring them to actually make any changes out of pocket in the next? It's really if they're going to make alterations to the home. We're not saying now that it's designated, you shall do X, Y, and Z at your own costs. Is that correct?
That's correct. So there's nothing in the designation bylaw that would require the owner to maintain their property above any other standard in accordance with the town's property standards bylaw. It doesn't require the property owner to put it back to what it used to be when it was originally constructed. It only impacts any changes as we move forward. If they impact a heritage feature, then it would go through a heritage alteration permit process. Currently, what that process looks like is they would submit the information to staff. Staff would bring it to Heritage Committee, and it would be approved through that. Again, staff are looking to make that process a little bit more efficient and delegate smaller alterations to staff so we can deal with them in a more efficient manner. But there's no responsibility for them to maintain their property at a higher level than anyone else.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Vadewalker.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the commercial property, I recognize what's being proposed here is under the Heritage Act, but are there any tools under the Planning Act that the municipality could use to achieve the same objectives, such as site plan control?
Typically, minor alterations, they wouldn't be subject to site plan control. So unless it was a complete redevelopment of the property, at that point, staff could request a heritage impact assessment or another similar study to evaluate the heritage merit of the property and determine if it warrants designation or not. That being said, if the property is not designated by January 1st, 2027 in accordance with the provincial deadline, it would be removed from the register and could not be protected in any way for a period of 5 years. So even if staff did have the opportunity to control certain aspects of a redevelopment proposal for a designated property, we couldn't do that because we wouldn't be able to, or council wouldn't be able to designate it and therefore protect it from demolition. So I would say that there's limited opportunities under Planning Act tools to try and conserve those heritage attributes.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think that we'll probably go to the vote. Just closing comments. It takes foresight for councils to make these decisions because it affects our future. It affects what we look like. It affects what we reflect. It affects what we believe that we've noted in our community strategic plan. And they're not easy decisions, but unfortunately, our town has suffered a little bit from maybe lack of foresight in the past because you look at our main street and I'm not saying that it could have been prevented, but there's certainly maybe things that could have been put in place that take it takes bold decisions. And I hope that council will think about this for these properties, because it takes bold decisions to create communities that hold up to the heritage that we so proudly boast about. So on that, we will go to I'll read the motion and then we'll go forward. That staff report PL 2025-16, objection to notice of intention to designate 47 Chatham Street be received, and that the notice of objection concerning 47 Chatham Street attachment number 1 to PL 2025-16 be received, and that council affirms its intention to designate 47 Chatham Street under Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act in recognition of its cultural heritage significance. And further, that staff be directed to bring the designation bylaw, attachment number 3 to PL 2025-16 for the property at 47 Chatham Street before council at a future council meeting for adoption. And finally, that staff be directed to carry out the requirements as prescribed under Section 29(8) of the Ontario Heritage Act. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Marchand. Seconded. Can I second that motion? No? Nope. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Vetamoker. Any more final comments? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is defeated. The next item is objection to notice of intention to designate 50 Robert Street West. And there were 2 attachments to this, the objection and the designation bylaw. And I'll read the motion. That staff report PL 2025-20 objection to notice of intention to designate 50 Robert Street West be received. And then the notice of objection concerning 50 Robert Street West, attachment number 1 to PL 2025-20 be received. And that council affirms its intention to designate 50 Robert Street West under Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act in recognition of its cultural heritage significance, and further that staff be directed to bring the designation bylaw attachment number 2 to PL-2025-20 for the property at 50 Robert Street West before council at a future council meeting for adoption, and finally that staff be directed to carry out the requirements as prescribed under Section 29-8 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Vetamoker. We'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? And the motion is defeated. And the last item is an objection to notice of intention to designate 131 Main Street. And the motion reads that the staff report PL-2025-17 objection to notice of intention to designate 131 Main Street be received, and that the notice of objection concerning 131 Main Street, attachment number 1 to PL-2025-17 be received, and that council affirms its intention to designate 131 Main Street under Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act in recognition of its cultural heritage significance, and further that staff be directed to bring the designation bylaw attachment number 2 to PL 2025-17 for the property at 131 Main Street before council at a future council meeting for adoption. And finally, that staff be directed to carry out the requirements as prescribed under Section 29-8 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Vetamoker. We'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is defeated. Next are the referrals to upcoming agendas, and we only have the one left on the docket, and it is 161 Church Street, and it's regarding options for future use. And so the motion, before I go on, are there any additions, proposed additions to this? Seeing none, I'll read the recommendation that the Planning and Community Development Services section endorse the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. And questions period for media and public, I don't believe that we'll have any, and I'll move it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor DeRush. Moving on to 9, Section D, Finance and Corporate Services section, and turn the chair to Councillor Marchand.
Thank you, Your Worship. Under consent agenda for Finance and Corporate Services, we have the town response to the ice storm, reflections and review. I'll read the motion that the following consent agenda item having been given due consideration be received for information. Can I get a mover? Councillor DeRush, seconder, Councillor Water. Any questions or comments with regards? Yes, Councillor DeRush.
I'd like to comment on this. I did appreciate the reflection in the review. It was good. And in that, I felt that I know that there was emergency preparedness in the background and it was through the municipality and whatnot. But I feel that we fell short when it came to communication. Emergency preparedness teams usually have council involved in the process, and I didn't see it in the report, and I didn't feel that we had representation at the table when it came to knowing what was happening. Like usually the mayor and the deputy mayor are at that emergency preparedness table. And again, I'm not really sure what happened, how it happened. I'm not sure how it worked. I was part of a preparedness team in the past, and when those emergencies occurred, council were at the table, and there was a big communications platform for the community. And I know it was difficult because there was no hydro and whatnot. But I did not know what was going on as a council member, and I couldn't have told the community what was going on. I had no clue. And so it would have maybe have been good to know the inner workings of the town to be able to relay that to the community. And I think we as council, I don't know that we were really sitting at the table. I know I wasn't, but I don't know who should have been. So that would be my only comment is, and as far as communication, I don't know that we did a great job with that because I didn't know what was going on, so I would find it hard to believe anybody else would have known. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Thanks for the comments, Councillor Drush. And I want to thank CEO and the entire team. And Councillor Drush, any shortcomings in communications, my fault. I'll take that. This was an ever-evolving event. I was involved, and I had multiple conversations with the deputy mayor about what the status was. We did not deploy the EOC in the emergency center per se, but I'll tell you, staff went above and beyond to be connected as best they could, because some of our staff didn't even have internet, cell phone at home, and tried to come here to communicate as best as they could. From my lens, we weren't in a position that we needed to be declaring a state of an emergency. We were evaluating. From my perspective, I was trying to communicate with Electra to try to find out what's the status and how quickly can we get the bulk of the community connected. I appreciate your feedback, and I agree. We always can communicate better, and I think in an emergency standpoint, my role will be responsible for that. So I'll accept that as no one else's fault. I think the team went above and beyond to do their part of what we needed to do. But I also agree with your comment that I think it was a little maybe disorganized, and I think we could have done a little preemptive work on that. Well said. And I think that's both laterally to council and outwards to community. By all means, I think we could have done more there, and I think that's one of our takeaways. But again, I think that's on me, not on our team by any sense. Maybe we can use as a learning about how we roll out that emergency control group and how we roll out communication. And I know as a move forward, we've talked about how we can make some redundancy from a communication standpoint. I appreciated being part of this debrief opportunity. I was able to participate in that and provide feedback. Some stuff that you said today about communication, I think that was one area that we needed to do more, as well as checkpoints throughout that ever-evolving situation. I know, and I don't remember the exact day, but it was the Monday. We met here at about 2:00. And I remember looking around the table and Brian said, so Mr. Murray said, basically, I'm not going to quote word for word, but he said, we're basically back to normal. Like operations are back to normal. And I think from all of our perspective, the daily occurrence of operations was back. Understanding that there was community members that still were not connected to power, we knew that there were still issues. And I think we were getting our operational wheelhouse back in order so we can appropriately communicate. So thank you. And I hear you and I agree. And I think that's an area we need to do more. And I think I can do more and should have done more there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I think certainly communication came up in their section meeting in terms of, one of the takeaways, and that was something that CO Lees, I think, was one of the first things that we discussed when we reviewed the report. But do appreciate that we pulled the report together to say that we looked at a few things, and that seems to be the one common thread. But again, I do have to emphasize that, and I do agree, staff really did go above and beyond during that time frame, but ensuring that, we're all, because we do get looked at as members of council in the community as if we know more somehow, that, somehow we have power in our houses, or that we're in the know of something different. So I do agree with that perspective, but yeah. Okay, any other comments? Oh, yes, Councillor Bedevancourt.
Yes, thank you. And again, I appreciate the report on the agenda tonight, and I appreciate Councillor DeRush's comments. And Your Worship, you apologized, I think, 3 or 4 times during your comments there. But in reality, there wasn't a lot to communicate because we weren't getting information. I felt from Electra, and we've asked for Electra to come and speak to us with respect to what they're doing in Penetanguishene, but I was getting questioned with respect to when's the power coming on and what's happening in the town, and you were trying to get through, and you did get through to Electra, and when you did, you communicated that out to at least members of council, so I had a sense of what was going on. But I think the communication part of it fell down from Electric to the municipality and then from the municipality out. I appreciate that, Madam Chair, that it's something on the takeaway to look at that for the future. But I think it's not all on you, Your Worship. I think there was other parties that contributed to that lack of understanding of what was happening. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? We did have a mover and seconder, right? Yeah. Okay, opposed? Thank you. That motion carries. Okay, we have a few matters for consideration, and the first one is the 2026 budget timeline and survey. I'll read the motion, get a mover and seconder, then we can have a discussion that the 2026 budget timeline and the 2026 budget survey be approved as presented. Can I get a mover on that? Councillor DeRush, seconder. Deputy LaRose. Any comments or questions with regards to the report? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the public consultation referral. I'll read the motion to get it on the floor, that staff be directed to enhance the 2026 budget public consultation as outlined in staff report CAO-2025-04. Can I get a mover? Councillor DeRush, seconder. Councillor Waters. Any comments or questions with regards to this report? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. The next item is the 2026 budget guidelines. The motion reads that the 2026 budget guidelines be approved as presented and that staff be directed to prepare the first draft of the town's 2026 budget in accordance with the 2026 budget timeline and the 2026 budget guidelines. And finally, that the first draft of the town's 2026 budget be presented with no greater than a 3% net tax impact. Can I get a mover? Councillor Leroux, seconder. Councillor Bedevancourt. Comments or questions with regards to this report? Your Worship, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess my question go to the CEO or the treasurer, and it's about the survey, the feedback, the council consultation process. And why I'm asking that is, I'm wondering if and I'm not saying we change it tonight, but I'm wondering if us picking a number, 3%, and I understand how we got there, is the right method moving forward. And why I say that is we've moved down a process, and a lot of people comment about how good our process is. But I'm wondering if instead of us talking about a number, 3%, when or should we talk service level perspective? So I'll give an example. Last budget cycle, we talked about we should be putting money aside for 51 Dunlop. We all have said we want to do something there, but when are we going to say, let's put $500,000 in? Like, why don't tonight we say 3% plus we want $500,000 in there? I'm looking at Sherry, see if there's any reaction, and I think there's priorities we all have that aren't necessarily reflected in a number, 3%. So here's my example. We all might feel from a service level perspective, in the wintertime, we might say, Brian, we would love the plow to go up and down Main Street every hour on the hour. Well, Brian would probably say, I can't do that in 3%. But if that's our service level we want, I think that's what we need to articulate. And I think it's hard to put things in a number as opposed to what is the thing we want to achieve. I think we want to look at it from a service achievement level, how we want to get there. And I think 51 Dunlop's an example. We don't get to where we want from that vision standpoint. We get things to fit into the number. And I think we all grapple around being fair and what's the numbers and all these things, but how do we talk about, and Councillor Drush, you just talked about the vision of the future when we're talking about the heritage designation, but this is the same thing. It's the future vision we're trying to achieve. I think we want to give some strategic direction where we want to go about things that are important. Councillor Vadabonker brought up last budget cycle about our digital signs, and we talked about, hey, here's the opportunity. Could we do 2? Could we do 3? I think here's a time when we want to talk about not the number per se, but what are those things, those visionary things we want to achieve? I really am interested to learn that process because, Madam Treasurer, we do the survey that talks about a little more, a little less, or keep it the same. But I think some of these strategic visions, we really got to put some real strength towards because I believe, Jerry, you want some money for 51 Dunlop. And we got to start using some strategic thinking around this. So I don't know how to articulate that more than that, Madam Chair, but I think we got to go more than, and I don't mean we got to increase 3 to 5. I'm saying we got to give staff more direction about what is our vision, strategic path moving forward, not a 3%.
Did you want an opportunity to answer that, Treasurer Braviard, or did you want to hear kind of some of the other kind of comments and kind of pull them all together? What's best?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Rawson's comments. I mean, I think the wholeness of the report isn't just 3%. It does talk a lot about where that came from. It talks about these are uncontrollable costs that we're going to see related to the economic forecast and CPI, et cetera. In terms of service levels, my report does touch on the fact that any increase to service levels or enhancements is not included, and that would require direction from council. So how you want to or when you want to relay that direction, whether it's tonight, that would have to be in addition to this. This is really just uncontrollable costs that we're going to be faced with. Just in terms of our operating budget. Also included in there is a capital increase for some of those capital items that are in the report in terms of the base budget, the asset management plan reserve, equipment reserves, preventative road maintenance and sidewalk maintenance. There's 1% also included for that. So where you direct that 1%, and again, it doesn't have to be a percent, but where you want to focus your investing of the tax levy into the operating and capital budget would require direction to staff in terms of bringing forward the first draft for council consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Drush, you also had a question, comment?
Just a comment. So my belief is that, yes, just as Karen mentioned, the 3% is just bringing forward kind of a budget with kind of what the current status quo and a few additions to this and that. But this doesn't prevent us at the time that the budget comes to say, okay, no, we want to add 500,000 to a reserve, and we want to do this and we want to do that, and build on that base budget. I think the 3% to me is like kind of a base budget where we're putting in what we need to put in. And then if we do get that budget and there is an electronic sign there that we'd like, well, we add it. But then it becomes 4% possibly. And then we want this and we want that. And then we would just continue to add. In my previous life, we had a budget where we put everything in, and the budget came in at 18%. And then it was a whole job of council to start slashing and cutting, and no, we can't have this, and we'll have that, but we can't have this, and it was a nightmare. It was really, really difficult. Better to, in my perspective, better to add to the 3% than to be burning things from a 20% increase and trying to bring it down to whatever it was that they had decided to do. So I think as far as the mayor's comments, I think it's certainly doable, but I think it's add-ons as we go through the drafts. Thank you.
CEO Lees, you want to add some comments as well, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing I would add, in addition to what I've heard, is council will recall that we do often as staff make note or present either through staff reports or in some cases through the budget main report. We often will identify other components that we haven't included in the draft budget, but things that we think council should give consideration to. And in some cases it's staffing, or in other cases it might be, preventative, additional preventative maintenance dollars that we think could go further. And those are, just some examples. But so certainly happy to take direction from committee and ultimately council if we'd like to take a little different approach. But I think it's fair to say that at a staff level, we would identify, inevitably it likely wouldn't be included in the 3%, because as has been noted, that 3% is really our municipal cost of living. But we would identify other components that haven't been included in the draft, but that we think committee and or council should give consideration to. That said, happy to take a different spin should committee and council wish to.
Thank you for those comments. And certainly, as we discussed as well in section, was that really that 3% is that kind of like the guardrails that keep us, to the point of like, this is our basic cost of living and operating this organization. And, I appreciate CEO Lees what you brought forward, because certainly we've seen that where there's been almost like the additional wish list, additional staff or additional or increases in services, and it's come back to us as council to make those decisions and discussions. So I do feel that there's still room for that. But Carrie, I'll let you also had some additional comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to build on the previous report, the public consultations report, and our intent is to build upon the two budget public consultations that that we have held and will be holding in October. That's another opportunity for council to and staff to consult with the public. And in reference to the mayor's comments about service levels, ask the public about the service levels, and then from those consultations that could inform councils moving forward on budget processes to change the service levels, whether up or down in certain different areas, and to come back and give direction to staff at that time for draft 2. If there was increases or decreases to service levels impacting the budget request, that could come at that time as well.
Any other comments or questions? Any friendly, Councillor Batabancourt?
Yeah, just a comment with respect to the council survey. Certainly, it gives each member of council an opportunity to provide comment with respect to what it views as its priorities. I'm just wondering if if we could get that survey out sooner than later, and maybe take the results of just that survey and have a little workshop just with members of council about around the budget, you know, and whatever those outcomes were from the survey, you know, so that we could feed in. Because I think in the past it's kind of been lumped in with the other surveys. So this would be an opportunity if an individual member of council has something that it wants to propose or advocate for, it could be done as part of that workshop. Just a thought.
Agree, that's a really wise comment. Good thinking. I love how you reflect. You always have these really good reflective moments. And yeah, that is a great opportunity because we do have that as a member of council to really highlight some of those pieces as it relates to budget. Okay, it's seeing no other comments or questions. It sounds like the motion, we'll vote on the motion, but there is lots of opportunities through the process in terms of ensuring that we're highlighting additional, you know, alterations to service levels and other key projects and whatnot. So I did have a mover and a seconder. So all those in favor? Motion opposed? None? That motion carries. Okay, thank you. Referral items. So we have that the Finance and Corporate Services section endorsed the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agenda and staff. We have a few items that I do believe we could actually remove. I think we did vote officially on item 1, which was the paper ballot consideration, so that can be removed. Cultural Alliance, I believe we can remove that as well, because was that, no, that one's still there. Okay, my apologies. Digital signage is still there. Public consultation by section, sorry, oh, did I miss something? That one we discussed, that has to stay on, and then the Electra. Anyone wishing to add, or I need a motion to, Councillor DeRush, Councillor LaRue, you second that? Excellent. Any additions or at this point? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. No questions from the interwebs. Back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. We're going to look for a motion to adjourn at 10:33 p.m. Moved by Councillor LaRue, second by Councillor Marchand. Have a good night, everyone.